Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got some rain coming down this morning, just overcast in some other places, and we'll have the full forecast for you coming up here in just a moment. President-elect Donald Trump tapping Richard Grenell to serve as his presidential envoy for special missions. Grenell served in Trump's first term in office as the U.S. ambassador to Germany and then as the head of ODNI. Now, in his announcement, Trump called Grenell a superstar. Grenell was not present, however, at the Army-Navy game on Saturday, but there were other top names who were guests of the president-elect in his box at Landover Stadium in Maryland, including Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, both of whom will be back on Capitol Hill this week. Robert F. Kennedy will also be on Capitol Hill as President Trump tries to get him across the line as the head of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., his personal attorney, once lobbied the FDA to revoke the polio vaccine. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, a survivor of polio, saying efforts to undermine public confidence in proven cures are not just uninformed, they're dangerous. In response, Kennedy says he believes the polio vaccine should be available to the public and properly studied. Now, Kennedy could win over some support on the left, especially for his fight against processed foods. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders suggested he's open to supporting Kennedy.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting. The investigation is underway in Nashville after a woman's body was found on the I-40 eastbound exit ramp to Jefferson Street. This happened Saturday night. Channel 4's Lydia Fielder tells us the body was found in the bushes right off that exit ramp.
Police say the body is a woman between 20 and 30 years old. They say they don't know if foul play is involved here, but they called the death suspicious. The ramp was closed for hours as police investigated.
Now, that woman has not yet been identified. We've got market numbers here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Pecker.
Last week saw the lowest S&P 500 close in 4 weeks, and investors are hoping that's just a speed bump and not a trend going into the new year. In the week ahead, Wall Street will be looking at some key economic data. On Tuesday, November retail sales numbers will give us a sense of where consumer spending is. We'll see overall numbers expected to be up 0.5%, and core numbers, which subtract cars and trucks. On Wednesday, we'll hear from the Fed, with the central bank widely expected to cut interest rates, but investors will be listening closely to find out future plans for additional cuts. The argument for more cuts getting weaker, with inflation remaining stubbornly higher than the Fed's goal of a 2% annual rate. On Thursday, a new report on jobless claims. And on Friday, all eyes on the core PCE price index. That's a more stable inflation gauge that tells us how much prices have risen and removes more volatile food and energy prices. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And we've got stock futures up pretty well this morning. The Dow futures, well, they're plus 45. NASDAQ futures are up 72. We've got S&P futures gaining 12. That is the latest. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So no big delays to speak of this morning on the roadways. They're all looking very clear, 24, 65, 40. Everything looks great. But traffic speeds are way down this morning because of the rain on the highways and the spray. So take it easy heading into work. Maybe add a couple of minutes for your commute. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on into your Monday, December 16th, along with Joan Jones and John B. Dan Mandis here indeed. So happy to be back here in the studio. Another weekend of drone sightings. Now, it would appear that we are no closer to knowing who is sending these drones up and exactly what they are or what their mission is. A lot of folks are talking about this interview between John Kirby and, of course, he's with the Biden administration, and Martha MacCallum over at Fox News. Now, this was incredible. I don't know if you saw it, but the lead up to the interview was that John Kirby and the federal government, they don't seem to be concerned about all of these drones. It's like, okay, we know people are upset, but they shouldn't be. It's just not a big deal. That's what John Kirby had been saying all last week. And so Friday, after I got off the air, most of these folks, according to John Kirby, most of these drones are manned aircraft. Again, there's nothing to be worried about. And basically, his message was, why are people freaking out? And so Kirby goes in. He was roundly criticized for that press conference. And so then he appears with Martha MacCallum on Fox News.
It's possible that they could be owned by private citizens.
But why don't we know, John? That's the point. Why doesn't the United States government know? It seems silly. I mean, it feels a lot like the Chinese spy balloon. It was like, oh, we don't know. It's not a problem. Mm-hmm. Then we watched it go all the way across the country, and we kept hearing, we're not really sure where it came from until we saw it popped and, floated down over the ocean.
So you have MacCallum and Kirby. You could just tell his face is like getting all red. He's getting all pissed off, right? But he is no match for the ire of Martha MacCallum. And so she is showing these pictures of these drones, and Kirby simply can't explain what is going on. And he is clearly getting frustrated and using a lot of words, but he's literally saying absolutely nothing.
Why don't we know? I wish I could tell you exactly why we don't have an answer for you here. I can tell you that we are working on it very, very hard to know, because we want to answer those questions the same as those folks in New Jersey want answers to them. And we are working on this very, very hard.
Right. He says that he's been working really hard to know, but this has been going on since November 18th. It's now December 16th. And it is crazy. We still have absolutely no idea what is going on. Now, over the weekend, this is new information, a lot of new information, and I'm blending it in here. But over the weekend, we now have drones flying over Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio.
Med Flight 8 Patterson Tower, use extreme caution for heavy UAS movement on the base. Security forces is handling the situation. And I got to keep the lights down so that security forces can see. Roger that, no problem. All aircraft use extreme caution. Patterson Class Delta is now closed for heavy UAS activity.
So you have so many drones that they actually had to shut down the airspace over one of our Air Force bases. And I don't know what they did to exactly rectify the situation or to, as you just heard the guy say, sanitize the airspace. But wouldn't it be nice if we actually showed some force? Because part of what's going on is that this may not be Iran. This may not be China. But what it might be is a test run kind of a thing. And just know that they're watching. Just know that Iran and China, this may or may not be them, but even if it's not, they're watching our reaction. They're watching our reaction. So we had Wright-Patterson Air Force Base shut down in Ohio, the airspace. Drone sightings over the weekend, also in California, over an Air Force base there. Also, New Jersey, of course, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Virginia. And so there were a couple of people apparently arrested in Long Island following a hazardous drone operation near the airport, but nothing further has been given. No other details have been given in those arrests. But I think that what is so shocking here, not only, of course, is the situation with the drones, but also the fact that our government just seems so not alarmed.
As soon as we know, we're going to.
I hear you. This is shocking. I got to tell you, this is shocking. Okay, and I'm not the only person who feels this way. This was happening at Langley a month ago. Okay, these people are not crazy. They're seeing these things with their own eyes. This is not normal behavior. They are not planes that are coming in one direction and they're heading into Newark Airport and then they're landing, okay? We spend $824 billion on defense. We have the greatest intelligent capability in the world. So how can you stand there and say to the country right now, gosh darn, we just don't know what these are?
Because I'm not going to lie to you or to the American people, and I'm not going to say we know something when we don't. And we would never, ever stoop to think that an American citizen was crazy or nuts because of what they're seeing and what they're documenting. We're taking that imagery seriously, and we're doing the best we can to analyze it, and we encourage people to come forward if they have additional sightings and imagery. We want to do the best we can to triangulate it, but I'll be gosh darn if I'm going to stand up here and make up stuff that I don't know to be true.
We don't want you to make up anything.
No, we wouldn't want the government to make up anything, even though they do that all the time. And they do a lot of. I love how incredulous John Kirby is about, oh, no, we would never lie to the American people. We don't want to make stuff up. You've literally been lying to the American people for like 4 years about any number of things. Alejandro Mayorkas, as a matter of fact, he was on with George Stephanopoulos over the weekend as well. And basically, he's saying a lot of the same stuff.
There's no question that people are seeing drones, and I want to assure the American public that we in the federal government have deployed additional resources, personnel, technology to assist the New Jersey State Police in addressing the drone sightings. Some of those drone sightings are, in fact, drones. Some are manned aircraft that are commonly mistaken for drones, and we do see duplicative reporting. But there's no question that drones are being sighted.
I mean, there is no question, as he says, that drones are being sighted. Thank you, Alejandro Mayorkas, for that. Yes, there's no question drones are being sighted. So now the question is, back to the Martha McCallum interview with John Kirby. Why don't you just shoot these things out of the sky? And Kirby says, because remember, you as a civilian and state authorities, you're not allowed to shoot these things out of the sky. You're not. You don't own the airspace above your home. We talked about that last week several different times, as a matter of fact, just to clarify. So this is what John Kirby says about trying to get more power from Congress to be able to shoot these things down, because apparently what Kirby says, and Mayorkas said the same thing, federal government doesn't have the authority to shoot these things down either, which I'm sorry, but I'm not buying it.
I mean, you're not going to want to shoot something down where it could hit somebody's house or hurt somebody.
Well, the Coast Guard says that there are 30 of them following one of their ships in the ocean. So would that work?
I love Martha McCallum. I mean, she is just, I mean, I'm sorry for the visual, but she is like pulling his pants down in front of everybody. She is just like, you know what? The government is completely weak on this, and you're not doing anything. You had 30 drones following a Coast Guard boat over the ocean. Why didn't you shoot it down then? Oh, I've got more, including a story, and I don't know if you guys heard this. Joan and Johnny. But did you see the story that absolutely caught fire over the weekend regarding a guy who is a drone expert who says that these are our drones and they're looking for something? Details straight ahead. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
So looking pretty good this morning as you're heading in on 24. Also, things look like they're moving well on 40. We have no delays to report to you on 65, but it is slow. It's slow going because of the wet roadways, and there's some spray, and traffic's moving a little slower this morning. So careful as you're heading out the door. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. Rain this afternoon. It's raining now across Middle Tennessee, and a high of 64. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm just having fun with this audio from Martha McCallum completely undressing John Kirby in front of America.
I mean, you're not going to want to shoot something down where it could hit somebody's house or hurt somebody.
Well, the Coast Guard says that there are 30 of them following one of their ships in the ocean. So would that work?
I mean, again, we have to develop the policy options based on what we know we're dealing with here, and we just don't know enough to make those take those kinds of actions. But
have you called in like AI experts or said like, why don't we ask Elon Musk what he thinks, or brought in outside experts?
I love that. Why did you call Elon Musk and see what he can do?
She is a chihuahua on a pant leg, isn't she?
Oh my God,
I love her.
Oh, she is awesome, and she just. I thoroughly enjoyed this interview.
Yeah.
Because, number one, Martha McCallum, she might be my favorite on Fox News. And the way that she just absolutely grills John Kirby. And she just, you're right, like a chihuahua. She won't let go.
We're working really hard right now inside in the interagency, and certainly supporting the FBI and DHS as they investigate this. And
the White House has no idea what's going on. I think that makes people feel really unsettled.
Yes, it does. It does make people feel unsettled. It does. Part of this story is that people are really nervous. And this is a story that really caught fire over the weekend. Joe Rogan actually retweeted this guy who was talking about a missing nuclear warhead from the 1980s. Did you hear about this, Joan?
I did not.
A Kansas-based aerospace CEO has sparked concerns with a public video claiming that mysterious drone sightings off the U.S. East Coast and in the Midwest could be linked to efforts to locate nuclear material, including a missing warhead allegedly originating from Ukraine. Guy's name is John Ferguson, CEO of Saxon Aerospace, and he shared his perspective in a video, again, that went viral over the weekend. He says that he knows a guy who says that this nuclear warhead was in Europe and is on its way here, or is here, but nobody knows where it is.
With this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead, none of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States.
So they have no idea where it is. I mean, now realize, I don't know if this guy is BSing or not. Joe Rogan and Alex Jones are both on this. But I think enough people are paying attention to this. But can you imagine? I mean, this guy says he knows a guy. So it's almost like I know a guy who knows a guy. But it's getting traction. And here's the thing. None of this makes sense. It makes no sense that the government is actually saying, yeah, we've got these drones that are really big and they're flying over our military installations, but we don't have the authority to shoot them down. That doesn't make any sense. And so when you have this information vacuum, then people are looking for answers. And so this story, to be perfectly candid, it actually makes sense to me. I hope to God that it isn't true.
It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone. So my guess, my own guess, is that these drones are not nefarious in intent, If they are, they are, but I doubt it. But if they are drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground.
All right, so whether that's true, whether it's not, I hope it's not true. I hope there's not some missing nuclear warhead that the authorities are looking for. But again, in the absence of actual action and answers from the federal government, these are the kinds of stories that take traction, that get traction. It is 521. On Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
You know, Dan, there were some arrests made over illegal drone activity this weekend. We'll tell you about that. Also, we've got the latest on a double shooting outside a Murfreesboro hotel. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
526, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, I want to make sure we all understand what's happening now. Johnny, Joan.
Yes.
Today's the first day of the new clock.
Oh, yes.
And we can't shank the new clock.
But we will.
Oh, you know we will. So today is like an experimental show for yours truly. Because they've cut our commercial load. Now, this is, work with me here, people. This show is so successful, they've cut the commercial load. Here's what I mean by that, is that we had so many commercials, and it was finally like, okay, guys, charge people more and cut the commercial load. It's like Radio 101. And they finally, after what, a couple of years now, they finally did that. So now, and just so you folks know, today's like experimental. We're kind of feeling our way around. And Johnny told me during the break, I said, all right, Johnny, so when I go into the break here at, 21 after, we're going to lead right up into the traffic at 25 because we're still doing traffic at 25. Johnny says, well, Dan, we don't do traffic in the 5 o'clock hour at 25 after. And I said, we don't? He says, no. And I said, well, is that new? He said, no.
Oh, boy. We're in trouble this morning, Johnny.
Listen, I'm gonna be like everybody else and blame it on COVID fog.
There you go.
Long-term COVID.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Use that.
Sure.
And if I get angry today, I'll just blame that on COVID rage.
You can blame it on COVID rage. That's exactly what it is. That we'll just blame COVID for everything. I love this, by the way.
Like the government.
So we're just trying to figure everything out because it is if you're used to doing things one way, and then all of a sudden you are now going to have to do it a different way.
Well, we're used to interrupting commercial for
a little bit of show
content.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the great thing is now we have a lot more time for content. So I'm just explaining to folks today that now when we go into break at like 20 or 21, we're going to be back for like a 5-minute segment before the news.
No way.
Get out of town.
And I've got to find more content.
It is Christmas.
It's a Christmas miracle is what it is.
Miracle.
It's a Festivus miracle, Jerry.
You know what? God answered my prayers. I said, God, I want to work harder. And he said, okay.
Here you go.
Here's less commercials. Find more content, Mandis. Oh, great.
And I'll give you 3 shows to do on Friday after you get done with COVID.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the best thing for me to do. We'll talk about that. Because it had a serious impact on my party enjoyment on Saturday. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. By the way, I don't know, Joan, did you see the breaking news? Johnny, did you guys see the breaking news? We finally have a response from the Biden administration regarding all these drones.
Oh.
Boy,
yeah.
That didn't take long.
In response to multiple drone sightings, Joe Biden has announced emergency aid to Ukraine.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Sure.
Sure.
In fact, maybe he'll take one of the drones and deliver it.
Hey, were you guys, all right, so I thought that was funny, and apparently that wasn't as funny as I thought it was. So I got no.
Okay, it was mildly funny.
Yeah, it was.
Joan, were you there?
Very good, Joan.
Joan, were you there? Oh, now look, we're late. Joan, were you there when we were all in a circle? Don't tell what the joke was.
Okay.
But the joke that I texted you and Johnny, and I told it live in front of like all these people, and not one person laughed. Were you in that circle?
I was, and there's a reason for that, Dan.
Okay, hold on. Well, then don't tell me now.
Okay.
Tell me during the Gang of Three coming up. It is 5:30 on WTN.
.30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 57 degrees. Some of us have some rain this morning coming down pretty hard in some spots. We've got the full forecast and your traffic still to come here. Metro Nashville police have not yet made an arrest in the shooting of 2 people at the Clarion Inn in Murfreesboro. This happened on Saturday night, just after 11 o'clock. Police say that a man and a woman were shot in a vehicle parked behind the motel. Reportedly, the driver tried to drive away and he struck a wall. On the way out, and their car came to rest in front of the hotel. Both of the victims were taken to the hospital. They both suffered critical injuries. In West Tennessee, a police officer responding to a report of a suspicious person outside of a home in Selmer was shot and killed on Saturday. Officer Rick Finley was honored by his coworkers yesterday.
Very shocking and very heartbreaking. We know he was one of the good ones. He would give you the shirt off his back. He was one of the best.
Selmer police say 39-year-old Daniel Holmes fired on Finley as he approached the home. A fellow officer shot and killed Holmes. The drones over New Jersey continued over the weekend, and more sightings were reported, more calls for the federal government to do something about it. 2 men were accused of hazardous drone operation arrested in the Boston area over the
2
weekend.
men in Boston are facing charges after police say they flew a drone dangerously close to that city's Logan Airport. The FAA confirming Stewart International Airport north of New York City temporarily closed its runways Friday night after multiple reported drone sightings in the area.
That's ABC's Allison Kosick. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No reported accidents so far this morning. Things are moving smoothly, however, maybe a little bit slower because of the rain and some of the spray from the highway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Three. Dan Mandis back here in studio. Along with guys, are we still friends after the little text incident from Saturday morning?
Oh, you mean the foot picture?
I
sending photos of his body parts.
I sent Joan and Johnny a picture of some body parts, and I immediately had text regret. So it's no secret that I have openly admitted that I really want this marriage to work out. So, although you never really know it, but whatever. So Amy asked me early on, would you mind going with me to get pedicures? And I said, sure, fine. So now we go and get pedicures.
So in touch with this feminine side.
Boy, is he ever.
Yeah.
Maybe too in touch.
Get a pedicure and watch Mean Girls.
So Saturday morning, I send a picture to Joan and Johnny because I was really actually proud of the joke that I texted to you to. So the nice lady doing the pedicures said, how's the water? Because my feet were in the water.
All right.
And I said, it's wet.
Yeah.
It's wet. Like she was asking me if it was hot or cold, too hot or too cold. I said, it's wet. And that's the answer that I got there, too. That's the reaction I got, too. Amy.
Was that the point at which we were supposed to...
That was supposed to be a joke?
That would have been...
Hee-haw? Yeah. That would have been the laugh point. Okay.
That was comedy.
Well, first of all, I think the lady's like Korean or something. I don't know where she's from.
Yeah.
So she looks at me, she's like, I don't want to do it in her voice because she's really nice, but pardon me. You know what I mean? Like she looked at me so befuddled, like.
What do you mean, Yankee Dog?
Yes. Amy actually said, please don't mind him. Don't
engage
let it go.
him.
See, that's what, Amy's got her own moving on with me. And she just don't encourage him. Just let it go. Okay, fine. I was so proud of my joke. How's the water? Wet. That I took a picture of my feet and sent a picture of my feet in the water. And I said, and I quote, quotation marks, how's the water? Wet, I say. # Dan jokes.
Oh, I thought it said dad jokes.
Dan.
Yeah.
Dan jokes.
You said Dan joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I said petty time with Amy.
It would qualify as a dad joke, too.
I know, but yeah I like Dan jokes.
Okay.
Because, they're equally as
Dan.
bad. Although I think Dan jokes are probably worse than dad jokes. But anyway, so I was actually quite proud of that joke.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, first of all, you didn't respond like for at least 45 minutes. So I started having like text regret. I'm being completely honest with you too. I was trying to figure out if there's a way to unsend a text.
No, once it's out there. It's,
Yeah. I figured that I asked Amy, is there a way to unsend a text?
Would you like to read the replies?
And she said, why? What did you send? And I told her what I sent. And she's like, what is wrong with you? She says. I said, I don't know. I just do these things. I was so inspired by my funny. So Joan, of course, responds with, oh my gosh, so in touch with your feminine side.
Yeah.
And then I said to a little meme that says, don't call me girl, which I thought was kind of funny, actually.
Yes.
And then Johnny texts back, woke up from my nap Thursday and Glenna had put Mean Girls on TV. That's what I woke up to today. Dan's feet. So whatever. So then I'm at the party. I'm at Brian's party, and can I just say that it was a great party, except trying to talk over all the noise. Hey, how are you? Doing great. Do you know what I mean, Joan? Like, I love Brian. I love the party, but you couldn't hear anything. There are people, like, there's a lot of people there and music and everything. It was like a cacophony of sound.
Yeah, it sounded better than that, though.
I know it did.
Yeah.
That's all I could find on such short notice.
Yeah. There was a classical singer.
There was.
Sang Ave Maria. It was beautiful.
Yes, it was very beautiful. But anyway, so we got a bunch of people that are standing in a circle.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, I'm going to try my joke again to see if it works this time.
Oh, Dan.
It's so, I don't know how I led into it, but.
You didn't. It was so just like.
Random?
Yes, random. That's the word.
So.
And everyone was just scratching their heads.
So I said, I don't even know what I said. I told the joke. I said, so the woman asked me, how's the water? And I said, wet. And it was like crickets. And Murphy was there. And Joan, you and John were there. And other people, Joan, your husband, John.
Yeah.
So a lot of people were there. Nobody laughed. And I thought.
Well, in my defense, I heard it before. So.
I thought, maybe just, it's not funny.
So what I should have, if I had known, I would have started rolling the camera to video what the reaction was so that you understand how we all see this.
You should have just played crickets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now, when you were at the getting your pedicure.
You know what you heard when I told the joke? All we heard, there was not even a chuckle, just the loud din of nobody laughing at my jokes.
Now, when you got the pedicure, Dan, did the young lady start speaking in her native tongue? In her Korean?
You know what's so funny, Johnny? You ask that?
Yes.
I think eye roll is like a worldwide language.
It is, but I was just going to say, if she were talking in her native language, she was talking about you.
I'm sure that she was. She and Amy eye rolled at each other. It's like, we know. We're here like every few weeks. We know. Whatever.
Oh, man.
So anyway, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it's a knee slapper.
Yeah.
So Brian's party was great. It really was. I mean, the food was terrific. Dawn always puts on a great party. We did have like singers and classical music and a rock band. I mean, it was almost like you had the Ave Marie singer.
Ave Maria.
Ave Maria.
Oh,
what was that,
goodness.
Dan? Ave Marie?
Ave Marie.
That's the Bobby Bear version.
Have we done this before? It's
We have.
Ave
Yes.
Marie.
Yeah,
Ave Maria.
Maria.
Yeah, you've called it Ave Maria before.
I'm such an uncultured swine.
You are. It's unbelievable.
I've got COVID fog.
How long does that COVID fog last?
Till I die.
Yeah.
That's it. Listen, I'm just gonna ride with that excuse.
Yeah, I would.
So anyway, and then they had a rock band. You had like a country.
I missed the rock band.
You did.
Yeah.
Had a bunch of it's like Garth Brooks, like guitar player. I mean, just a lot of musical luminaries, if you will. Really fancy type people.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really good. We left, and we were at home in bed by 9 watching Matlock.
We went home and watched Hallmark movies. So there's that.
I said to Amy and I, because she just turned 40. So I said, honey, welcome to 40.
Yeah.
You leave the Christmas party early and you go home and your goal is to be in bed by 9 watching, of all shows, Matlock.
Was it the old one or the new one?
No, it's the new one.
I like the new one.
And let me tell you something. That new Matlock, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's really good.
What did I tell you?
Kathy Bates.
She does a great job in it.
She does. And you know what? It's not like an old person's kind of movie. It's not like Andy Griffith from like the 90s. Is that when it was on?
Yeah. Andy Griffith looked like my father when he was 80 doing that role.
And Kathy Bates is outstanding. It's got a terrific cast. Really good writing, too.
Yes.
And so that was our Saturday night. But here's the really hard part about that party is that, so I was COVID negative, but like anytime I get a cold or COVID, and I think this is like my third time, and it always just manifests itself in my throat, in my voice.
Right.
Johnny, you know this better than anybody. So I got 2 problems at the party. And this is not an indication of the party. It's an indication of yours truly. I can't hear and I can't talk because every time I try to speak, I got the stuff that's like flowing down into my throat, and my voice is like almost gone already because I had just spent 12 hours talking. You know, I did Red Eye, this show, and then 3 hours in Washington, D.C., and then we had the party the next day and a bunch of talking in between. So it was a really difficult party for yours truly.
Yeah, but I have to say, after the fourth drink, you really, you loosened up a little bit. You were louder.
I sure did.
Yeah.
I did.
And then when we poured you out the door and into your car, everybody had to help Amy and everything. So,
yeah.
By
the way, can I just say how, Johnny, is it just me?
Yeah.
Joan, does this ever happen to John? You walk in, I'm positive that it does. And everybody's like, oh, my God, Amy, you look so great.
Yes.
Not one person said, hey, Dan, you look really, you clean up good. Like nobody, not one thing.
No.
Well, okay. So my husband gave you a compliment when we were home. He said, Dan looks great.
Yeah, but he did it at home.
It doesn't count.
No,
tell him to call up right now. Give me a compliment. I need it. No.
You should have texted Dan and said that.
I was like, is this the start of a bromance? What is this?
Yeah, but did you show him my feet? That's the big question.
Yeah.
He was mortified that you went to get a pedicure. He was mortified.
Why?
Because real men don't do
that
pedicure.
is so BS. That is, you know what? I'm calling BS on that.
Really?
Real men, Joan.
Yes.
Are comfortable enough in their own skin.
Yes.
To go get a pedicure.
I'm getting a pedicure.
See, when you say it like that, Johnny.
Hey, sweetie, you want to go get a pedicure?
Let's go together.
You guys are killing me, man.
Let's hold hands.
Wait, Dan, you were talking about.
We did hold hands.
Did you really? Did you hold hands?
Amy and I, we always hold hands.
Wait. You were next to each other holding hands while you were getting your feet done?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Were you comparing your nails?
Yeah.
You know what? She does ask my opinion on her nails.
Well, that's normal.
And you know what? I try. You know what, Johnny? It is normal, except I give her my opinion, and then she always goes with the opposite.
Well, of course.
It's just, I don't know why she even asked my opinion.
Well, she asked for good reason.
Yes, whatever Dan likes, I'll do the opposite.
Man, you two, whatever.
Hey, you want to hear a real man?
Sure.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Even if you don't need the umbrella early on or the raincoat, you'll still want to hang on to it because things will be a little bit more mild. I think you can leave things like the sweater and that big puffy jacket home, but we're still in long pants territory for us.
Oh, we're in long pants territory today.
We're still in long pants territory,
but
folks.
The puffy jacket can go.
The puffy jacket.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't need that.
But see, what happens if I go out and I'm cold and I think I should have worn the puffy jacket? What if I wanted to look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man today?
Yeah. Here's an idea there, Stefano. When you're making, when you're trying to come up with clever ways to tell people what to wear, you might turn in your WTN weather forecast on time.
Ooh. What now? What?
Hey, I had a great moment Saturday that I must share with you guys.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
They're building this humongo home across from us.
Yeah.
And the gentlemen that work on it are obviously not from this country.
Oh.
But
okay.
they love to hear their Latino dance music at loud volumes. Saturday was the worst. I couldn't even watch television.
Wow.
Really?
So what do? But I get my obnoxiously loud boombox that looks like a missile. It's huge.
Yeah.
It's heavy. And I'm taking it out to the front porch. And my wife goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm fighting fire with fire." So she goes, "What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going to play an Eddie Van Halen live guitar solo."
Oh, no.
As loud as it will go. I did. And the best part of it was I was doing air guitar moves on the front porch directed at those guys.
Oh, I so wish that there was some ring cam video of that.
I mean, my wife was dying laughing. And every time Eddie would do something really wah loud,
sure,
I was pumped. After I got done, I said, "Mission accomplished." Didn't hear another pipe out of that. Not another
They were
note.
scared of you. That's why. They were saying that crazy guy across the street's going to come over here and hurt us.
That crazy gringo.
And I looked to the sky and said, "Thanks, Eddie."
That's funny. Oh, my goodness gracious.
It worked.
You really needed to have the Ring camera on, Johnny.
Well, it'd be nice if we had a Ring camera.
Yeah.
So I had actually a debate with my daughter one time, and it was actually a pretty good debate where she and I are driving, and next to me is some dude, thump, 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 right? The rap stuff.
Yeah. They want everybody to hear it.
And I'm like, good God, shut that beep off. You know, I roll up my window. You know, I'm that guy.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, Dad, what if it was Journey? Because this was when she was going through her hip hop phase.
Yes.
What if it was Journey? And I said, well, Journey doesn't make my hair, my ears bleed.
Exactly.
And so it was a good debate on he would probably recoil if it was Journey at 1,000 decibels. And nobody won the argument, but it was a good 30 to 35 minute debate over, you know, how loud is too loud for your music, and how if it's my music, it's okay to be really loud, but if it's, you know, somebody else's music and it's that thump thump, then it's too loud.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's the moment. That was, by the way, the moment where I did kind of realize I'm getting old, because that was about probably the age of about 40 for me.
Yeah.
And so, and by the way, here's the answer to that. How loud is too loud? Well, if it would bother other people, what if it's Journey? They just have to deal with it. That's what I would say.
I don't know that that's a fair assessment.
No?
No.
Okay. What is your answer to how do you know when too loud? It's how loud is too loud?
When people start rolling up the windows around you.
Well, that's okay. They can roll up the windows if they want.
Or you can't hear the television.
Yeah.
How far, by the way, Johnny, how did you think about maybe going to your neighbor and just saying, hey, can you have you guys maybe turn it down?
They're not in the house yet.
They're not.
No, it's being constructed right now. This thing's huge.
How's your Spanish?
It's lacking. Yeah. I mean, I could say buenos dias, and that'd be about it.
How do you say shut up in Spanish? Isn't it caliente?
It's called Play Eddie Van Halen loud.
Joan, Google, how do you say shut up in Spanish? I think it's caliente.
Okay.
I think it is. How to say shut up in Spanish?
Shut up in Spanish.
I think that's how you do it.
Translations of shut up. Let's see if this works.
Okay.
All right.
This isn't working out nearly as well as I thought that it would.
It's
you know what we can do?
Well, you gotta, it's our computers.
Hold on, listen.
Callarse la boca.
Hello, okay.
I'm reasonably certain that's not what I said.
No, it was not even close.
Yeah, whatever. No wonder nobody shuts up when I say that.
Your Spanish is lacking too.
Yankee dog.
Apparently.
So my Spanish and my joke telling all need work.
Yes.
5:54, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
But your feet look pretty good. Clean up on aisle 17. A Kroger store becomes the scene of a police chase. Also, ABC News and George Stephanopoulos say, I'm sorry to President Trump. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is up and running this morning. Probably shouldn't have checked it. 1701 says, hey, the station sounds a little staticky today. What's going on? I think probably what happened is they knew that I'd be telling jokes.
Yes.
And they went ahead and lowered the power. Also, what is the RPMC, the Chris Hands people? Red Pilled Moms Club. That's right, the Red Pilled Moms Club. A Red Pilled Moms Clubber says to me, "You do you, boo-boo." But I would never date a guy who wanted to do manis or petties.
You do
and I
you,
said,
boo-boo.
And I said, LOL, good thing I ain't asking.
Oh, was that a laugh line too? Johnny, we're supposed to be laughing here. Bwah, ha, ha, ha.
Listen, real men know how to make their wives happy. And if my wife tells me that she wants me to go with her to get a petty, then that's what I'm going to do. Hey, look at the time, 5:59 on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up, did you hear what Kamala Harris said over the weekend? OMG and LOL. It's coming straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at overcast skies right now, 57 degrees, still wet in some areas. Be careful. Chaos at a Kroger store over the weekend after a man being chased by police tried to make a getaway by running into a grocery store off Thompson Lane. Josephine Crocker is a cashier at that Kroger store, and she witnessed it all. She spoke with News 2.
He came out of the bathroom, and he spilled a bunch of stuff in the pharmacy, and then he was running down aisle 17, and then the police were chasing him, and then it was crazy.
That man is still unidentified. Police say his car stalled out on Thompson Lane. As they approached, they realized that he had a warrant out for his arrest, and that's when he took off on foot through the store. Eventually, police were able to tase him and arrested him. ABC News and President Trump came to an agreement over the weekend in a defamation case against the news organization that President Trump had brought. ABC and its host, George Stephanopoulos, have agreed to pay $15 million toward Trump's presidential library and apologize to him. Here's Fox News host Arthel Neville.
After he asserted in an interview that Trump was found, quote, liable for rape in a civil case, despite the fact that a jury actually determined Trump was liable for, quote, sexual abuse, which has a distinct definition under New York law.
Now, since then, George Stephanopoulos has deleted his X account. He did host his Sunday show as usual, but there was no mention about that settlement.
You know what the crazy thing is, Joe?
Yeah.
I'm just going to say this. All he had, the blowhard Stephanopoulos, all he had to do was acknowledge he made a mistake, apologize, and move on. Instead, he has to do the same thing, but now ABC has to pay $15 million.
I'm sure ABC is not very happy with him right now.
All he had to do was acknowledge that he made a mistake, apologize, and move on. But he is such a blowhard. He is so hard-headed, and not to mention a Democrat operative posing as a news anchor. Put all that aside, I loved that story over the weekend. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, but here's the other thing. Trump was suing him for $10 billion. So I think $15 million was kind of a bargain.
You know what? I think you're right.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. Trump wanted the acknowledgement. He doesn't need the $15 million. Trump just wanted the acknowledgement that he was right, Trump was right, and Stephanopoulos was wrong.
And he gets to put one of those little cards in the library that says, courtesy of ABC News and George Stephanopoulos, this $15 million portion of my library.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. It's just so funny.
All right, moving on.
Okay, Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Central banks in several countries, including the United States, hold their final meeting of the year this week. The Board of Governors of the Fed in this country is widely expected to end its meeting Wednesday with a 0.25% cut in interest rates. Stock futures overnight were little changed as investors await action from the Fed. On Friday, the Dow lost 86 points to fall farther below 44,000. The Nasdaq Composite rose 0.12%, while the Standard & Poor's 500 finished the session flat. The prospect of an interest rate cut has generated further interest in cryptocurrencies. The price of Bitcoin, the flagship crypto, hit a new record $106,000 before settling down overnight, according to Coinmetrics. Apple may slim down its iPhones in order to bulk up its growth. The Wall Street Journal says plans are in the works to introduce thinner models next year, as well as a foldable iPhone big enough to serve as a laptop replacement. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just one problem this morning to report to you here, and it's out at the airport. It's I-40 westbound near Donaldson Pike, exit 216. It looks like the right lane may be blocked in that area. It looks like it's been reported by police there. Traffic slowing down. Again, it's I-40 westbound right at Donaldson Pike. You'll have a tap of the brakes there as you're getting around an accident. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Hope you're doing well, friends, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. Dan Mandis here. And, man, there's all kinds of news going on. We got drones in the sky. We've got crying liberals in the news as well. We've got boycotting Democrats. That's right. The Democrats, apparently now they're boycotting Donald Trump's inauguration. And the funny thing is, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, well, who was inviting them in the first place?
Well, Time Magazine, just when you thought the media couldn't get any worse, you guys said, hold my beer. In a year where we had Taylor Swift, Kamala Harris, and Giselle Pichot, you chose the most repugnant, vile human being to ever walk the earth as your person of the year.
Wow.
At least half of America, and probably most of the world, is absolutely disgusted. I hope you go out of business.
So in the world of straight up politics,
wow,
you still have people on the left just freaking out like this woman. So I'm to the point, and I don't know where you folks are, I'm to the point where I'm just basically either ignoring them or I'm bemused by them for the most part because they are lost causes. But it is amazing because if you think about the number of people that have come over to Trump's side, there's still people like this reacting this way to Donald Trump because the crazy thing is he won handily. So you can either laugh at these people or, you can frankly take pity on them.
You chose the most repugnant, vile human being to ever walk the earth as your person of the year.
I mean, Hitler killed millions of Jews, right? Stalin killed, 9 million? Attila the Hun killed, they don't even know how many people he killed, but it was a lot. Bashar al-Assad killed hundreds of thousands, at least. But according to some people, some of these TDSers, it's Trump who is the worst ever.
The most repugnant, vile human being to ever walk the earth.
So, again, at this point, it's just not worth it really to cover these folks seriously because there is mental illness. Now, is that going too far? Like, when you hear somebody like that, Johnny, do you think that is somebody who is mentally ill? Because
yes, and they also don't understand what Times Person of the Year is, what it represents.
Oh, and that is absolute truth. But in the broader context, I think that is a sign of serious ignorance, arrogance, and mental illness. But let's focus on the positive. Now, some of these folks on the left, they are finally getting it. Van Jones, who said during an interview that folks on the left are just losing their minds and they're not really seeing a bigger picture. They're just not seeing the bigger picture. That Donald Trump is a genius. Now, literally, that's what Van Jones has said, that Trump is a genius. Now, he's speaking to a bunch of folks, and they're talking about, Donald Trump is, a bad guy, and Elon Musk bought ended up, buying his election for him, all of this stuff. And Van Jones, he finally just snapped and he said, no, Donald Trump is a genius. He said, Donald Trump is smarter than you. He's smarter than me. He's smarter than the Clintons. He is smarter than the entire Democrat apparatus. And the reason for that is because there were so many things against him. And y'all know that there were. Clearly there were a lot of things against Donald Trump. And yet still he won. And so people can sit here like this TDSer. People can still cry about it all they want. But Van Jones, he gets it. He does get it. And I love that he kind of snapped. I've got the audio here real quick. This is Van Jones.
How the hell did Donald Trump
Chris Siliza
figure
first.
out the mainstream media is the fringe and the fringe is now the mainstream? How the hell did Donald Trump figure out? Joe Rogan is obvious, right? Like, we knew the guy had a big audience. It's not like we were stunned, but how the hell was he, the 78-year-old guy who doesn't even have a computer and still writes handwritten notes? How did he become the guy who cracked the code on, to your point?
And this is Chris Siliza. You can see Van Jones, and Siliza is a TDSer. And Jones, you can see that he is getting more and more ticked off because he doesn't understand, Siliza doesn't understand what Van Jones and many Democrats clearly do understand, that Trump, he outplayed and outmaneuvered all of them.
Running a cultural, I don't even want to say campaign, running
it was a movement. Look,
heading a cultural movement versus a campaign.
Every one of your people knows Elon. Listen. Yeah, so everybody keeps, the problem is you have a framework in your mind that, how can Donald Trump? Guys, can we cut it out? Donald Trump is not an idiot. Donald Trump, let me just be very clear. Donald Trump is smarter than me, you, and all critics. You know how I know? Because he has the White House, the Senate, the House.
Totally agree.
Court, the popular vote. He has a massive media ecosystem bigger than the mainstream built around him and for him, and a religious fervor in a political movement around him. And his best buddy is the richest person in the history of the world, and the most relevant Kennedy is with him. This dude is a phenomenon. He is the most powerful human on earth and in our lifetime. And we're still saying, well, how was this guy? We look like idiots to ordinary people.
You're totally right.
I love how Chris Siliza, and if you don't know who Chris Siliza is, I think he used to be on CNN, again, ever Trumper. But here's what I love about that audio, is Siliza, like so many other leftists, they're saying the same thing. Oh, how did Trump do this? And blah, blah, blah. And so Van Jones totally puts him in his place. And so then Siliza realizes, well, Van Jones is actually right. He's totally calling me out. And so I love that Van Jones, he finally snapped, and clearly that is true. That Van Jones is right. Despite being outspent by hundreds of millions of dollars, constantly attacking mainstream media coverage and all of Hollywood on Democrats' side, Donald Trump won based on two things: the economy and immigration. And that makes all the sense in the world. And so for me, and I've said this 1,000 times now, please continue on with this narrative that Donald Trump is dumb, that Donald Trump is an idiot, that Donald Trump is, the worst person ever, and that Donald Trump is
the most repugnant, vile human being to ever walk the earth.
I mean, you just keep it up, Democrats, and we'll have another 4 and another 4 after that. 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. .616 on Nashville's Morning News. Rain this afternoon and a high of 62. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I don't know if you folks saw, I don't even know who won the Army-Navy game. I'm sure that most of you do.
Navy.
Who was it?
Navy.
Navy, so Navy won?
Yeah.
So, but Joan, to me, more importantly, did you see what happened before the game?
Oh, yes.
So there is Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Daniel Penny, of course, fresh off of
amazing.
Fresh off of being found innocent of killing that guy, and just Donald Trump got a massive, massive reception, and people went wild, and there was Donald Trump on the field singing the national anthem. Like, somebody sitting in church kind of mouthing the words, pretending that you know when you really don't. I mean, it was full-throated singing, hand over his heart, honoring the flag and country, and people absolutely loved it.
Going crazy.
Just
yeah,
crazy. And I want you to think about what happened last year. In the last year, Donald Trump charged with crimes. Who could forget the mugshot, right? He's gone from the mugshot to, and the really epic photo is going to be on the left-hand side, Donald Trump's mugshot. On the right-hand side, Donald Trump taking the oath. I mean, that is going to be an incredible indication as to just what America has been through over the past, 6 months to a year? Because you've got the mugshot. So you've got, of course, all of the charges against him. You have a couple of assassination attempts as well. You have all of those things that have happened to Donald Trump. You could go all the way back to being impeached twice. I mean, all of those things. And through it all, Donald Trump has made clearly the most incredible political comeback ever. And so now we have a number of different things that are going on. Number one, a couple of headlines that are out there today, just to show you how incredible of a political comeback this has been and continues to be, the most improbable and remarkable comeback in political history, is that you've got big tech that are now, all of them. You've got Jeff Bezos or Bezos, whatever it is. You've got Mark Zuckerberg and others that are donating $1 million each to his inauguration. Joe Biden, by the way, was speaking at the DNC holiday reception. Yes, they actually still had it. And the AP quotes Joe Biden as saying this: "We all get knocked down. My dad would say, when you get knocked down, you just got to get up," Biden said. "The measure of a person or a party is how fast they get back up." So how quickly did Donald Trump and the Republican Party get back up? After midterm elections, things didn't go as we had hoped. But then Donald Trump, through all the impeachments, through the assassination attempts, through all of the charges, through all of the lawfare, the Republican Party got back up, and we were ticked off. And look what Donald Trump did. He hunkered down. He spoke to the American people. And again, the most improbable comeback in political history. Just amazing. And so when we have people that are so incredibly insane,
the most repugnant, vile human being to ever walk the earth.
I'm focusing on the positive, and I'm laughing at those people, and I am praying for those people. Now, speaking of insane, Kamala Harris said something you've got to hear to believe, and it is coming up right before the news, right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6:21. Time to check the roads on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Stoltz Co. Listen, friends, if you have a piece of property or some land that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltz Co. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. You know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co., it could increase the value of your land big time. And you can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltz Co., they are flexible and built really well. You can also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Now, a lot of folks in the city, they use these as barn dominiums, pole barns that you can live in as a getaway country home. So call my friends at Stoltz Co. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can always find them on Instagram or Facebook as well. And their website, STOLTZO, StoltzCo.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. Hey, coming up at about 6:35, we're going to have all the latest on the drones. Alejandro Mayorkas was out there trying to sell the government's position on the drones, and so I've got that for you. Coming up at 6:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, 6:26. So the DNC actually had a holiday party, and I can't imagine the amount of alcohol that was served at that party, because that had to be one sad and sorry bunch, especially when the keynote marquee speaker was...
Our spirit is not defeated. We are not defeated.
Who wants to tell her? That's Kamala Harris. You know, it's so funny. I saw some of her speech. I didn't see a lot of laughter, actually. There's not a lot of joke telling. Just, this, I don't know. It's like she's not really connected with reality.
Our spirit is not defeated. We are not defeated.
I don't know who she's trying to kid. I mean, she keeps running around and saying this, that they are not defeated. Their spirit is not defeated. You are, and I find it interesting that she keeps giving speeches to Democrats, because it was her who mismanaged her campaign. And so now we have a bunch of Democrats deciding that they will skip the inauguration. Now, I love that. You know who's not going to be there? Chicken-eating Steve Cohen out of Memphis. He's decided that he's going to skip the inauguration. Out of a Democrat out of Memphis. Jasmine Crockett says that she won't come. I'm not sure if her eyelashes will be making an appearance, though. It's Delay Ramirez, Ilhan Omar, Judy Chu, Adam Smith, all Democrats. Latifah Simon, Veronica Escobar, and others. But basically they're saying, we're not, they've got their arms folded. They're stamping their feet. We're not going to go. Bunch of sore losers. But see, honestly, again, if they don't want to come, that's fine. Because to be honest, I'm not sure they're wanted. Maybe they can all go back and watch the video of Kamala speaking over the weekend.
We are strong.
Mm-hmm.
We are clear about why we are in this. And because you're here right now, I say, again, thank you, because not only are you clear about all of that, you're willing to put in the hard work. And that work must continue.
So right now, part of that work is trying to raise that $20 million that they were short.
Does anybody find it odd that they invited her in the first place?
I find it extremely odd, to be honest with you, Joan. I do.
You would think she'd be persona non grata for having duped everyone out of all that money and leaving a tab.
Yeah, the donors are ticked. The donors are really ticked, and they're still saying that she may run for president in 28. By the way, this is what Joe Biden said.
And you're not going anywhere, kid, because we're not going to let you go. Not going anywhere.
So, I mean, Biden is saying, you're not going anywhere, kid. So, and by the way, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is probably already plotting about how to defeat Kamala Harris in the Democrat primary in 2028. So we'll have to see what happens. But the Democrats are, they're saying this is the first real sign of the resistance, is the Democrats not going to the inauguration. My opinion, totally fine. Please stay home. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to let you know about an accident. It's on 24, the westbound lanes at Church Street. An overturned truck. It's on the shoulder and attracting a lot of attention. That's going to slow you down this morning. More in traffic, and we've got your weather, too, coming up. A couple of people are lucky to be alive after their car sped through downtown Lebanon early Sunday morning and then went airborne through Lebanon Square. This happened at 3:30 in the morning. That car then crashes and damages several businesses. It mowed down several light poles, took out some trees, shrubs, and fencing along the way. 2 people were inside that car. They were taken to a hospital, one with serious injuries. They were also arrested. Police say speed and alcohol are believed to be factors in this wreck. Now, if you want to see that video, I have it posted to my X feed this morning. There were some surveillance cameras around that captured that that car going airborne. Other news, an elderly woman was killed in an apparent hit-and-run crash in South Nashville yesterday afternoon. Now, a nearby resident found the 83-year-old woman lying in the street at Wingate Avenue near Sunrise Avenue. She called police. The woman was taken to Vanderbilt Medical Center where she was pronounced dead. Anybody with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. And the great drone mystery still has no firm solution, and it's got local officials putting pressure on the federal government.
During calls for service and responding to reports of crime, police officers in New Jersey have a new duty.
Once the sun goes down, these drones come out. Once the sun comes up, they're gone.
Drone patrol. Clinton police officer Francesca Escudero is hearing from citizens on her beat.
They're frustrated. They just want answers.
She says she shares that frustration.
They just want to know what it is, and we can't give them the answers, which kind of stinks.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. A lot more on the drones, by the way, including a crazy, I don't know if I want to call it an internet rumor, but there's a lot of chatter on the internet about something terrifying regarding these drones. I'm going to give you the full story coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Zero Res. Eternally grateful to these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean and safe for Riker and now my grandson as well. Now, listen, dirty carpets, they do equal sickness. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home, so keep it clean with my friends at Zero Res. Now, you know, the Zero Res difference means powered water, no soap, no soapy residue, no harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and pets. And your carpets are going to dry twice as fast, so get your home holiday ready with Zero Res. Now, they've got a great deal going on right now heading into Christmas. 3 rooms cleaned for $119, and you get a free hallway as well. $119, a free hallway as well. Plus, you use promo code FRESH100, you're going to get $100 off of air duct cleaning. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 1-800-0-RES, 1-800-0-RES. Restrictions apply. You can always find them online. It is zeroresnashville.com.
Okay, a couple of things going on now. Out at the airport, 40 westbound just before Donaldson Pike. It's an accident blocking off the right shoulder now. Got that traffic problem on 24, the westbound lanes right after Church Street. That's an overturned truck. It's on the shoulder in Nashville. An accident at Edge O Lake Drive at Murfreesboro Pike. Also, 24 on the eastbound side at Rossview Road. We've got a stalled out car, and that's blocking the right shoulder as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for your Monday, December 16th. Dan Mandis here. Thanks for being here, along with Johnny B, Joan Jones as well. Well, this drone thing, I mean, it's like every single day there's something new. And here for your Monday, big thing happened over the weekend.
Med Flight 8 Patterson Tower, use extreme caution for heavy UAS movement on the base. Security forces is handling the situation. And I got to keep the lights down so that security forces can see. Roger that, no problem. All aircraft use extreme caution. Patterson Class Delta is now closed for heavy UAS activity.
They actually had to shut down the airspace over one of our Air Force bases. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. There were so many drones, and they were so intrusive that they had to shut down the airspace. And so there's a number of things going on with these drones, and there's some updates from over the weekend. But the bottom line is that the Biden administration, they seem in complete denial over what is really going on, or they just don't want to tell folks. I think that might be something that is what's really going on. Because there's a lot of rumors out there because there's an information vacuum, and John Kirby, I told you earlier this morning, John Kirby was absolutely eviscerated by Martha McCallum on Friday afternoon because he simply refuses to answer the question or acknowledge the very legitimate reasons why people are angry, upset, and worried about not only the presence of these drones, but also the federal government's reaction to them. And so Kirby was a train wreck last week. And so it would appear that they've benched John Kirby. Next up, Alejandro Mayorkas.
There's no question that people are seeing drones, and I want to assure the American public that we in the federal government have deployed additional resources, personnel, technology to assist the New Jersey State Police in addressing the drone sightings. Some of those drone sightings are, in fact, drones. Some are manned aircraft that are commonly mistaken for drones, and we do see duplicative reporting. But there's no question that drones are being sighted.
So there's no question, thank you, Alejandro Mayorkas, that drones are being sighted. I would like them to explain why they're allowing drones to shut down our Air Force bases and fly over our military installations. There were drones reported over the weekend in California. Drone sightings have been reported in at least 6 other states: New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Virginia. 2 people were arrested in Long Island following a hazardous drone operation. They haven't really given any other details on that, but that was near the airport. Now, you've got Chuck Schumer, you've got New York Governor Kathy Hochul, both of them. And a lot of other Democrats are saying, what is wrong with you, Department of Homeland Insecurity? What is wrong with you, federal government? Do something. They're not doing anything, except part of what they're doing is they are bringing in more resources. You know, this has been going on. I mean, it's been going on a long time, but really this current wave has been going on since, I think, was it November 18th? So the Biden administration has been absolutely blistered over all of this. And I think this particular story isn't part of like a vacuum, right? I mean, the weakness of the Biden administration has been shown time and time and time and time and time again. And as I said in the 5 o'clock hour, people across America are watching this. Do you know who else is watching this? China and Iran and North Korea. Our enemies are watching this because we look weak. I was mentioning that interview with Martha McCallum and John Kirby, totally calling him out. Basically, he dismissed America's concerns. And then she said, wait a minute. Are you telling the American people that there's nothing to see here? Because that seems like what he has been saying.
As soon as we know, we're going to.
No, I hear you. This is shocking. I got to tell you, this is shocking. Okay, and I'm not the only person who feels this way. This was happening at Langley a month ago. Okay, these people are not crazy. They're seeing these things with their own eyes. This is not normal behavior. They are not planes that are coming in one direction and they're heading into Newark Airport and then they're landing. Okay, we spend $824 billion on defense. We have the greatest intelligent capability in the world. So how can you stand there and say to the country right now, gosh darn, we just don't know what these are?
Because I'm not going to lie to you or to the American people, and I'm not going to say we know something when we don't. And we would never, ever stoop to think that an American citizen was crazy or nuts because of what they're seeing and what they're documenting. We're taking that imagery seriously, and we're doing the best we can to analyze it, and we encourage people to come forward if they have additional sightings and imagery. We want to do the best we can to triangulate it, but I'll be gosh darn if I'm going to stand up here and make up stuff that I don't know to be true.
We don't want you to make up anything.
I'll be gosh darn if I'm going to stand up here and make up things that aren't true.
Hey, she mentioned something there about Langley Air Force Base.
Yeah.
Do you, I don't know if you know anything about this, but I know I have a relative in the military who alerted me to this, and he said that for 17 days, the drones flew over Langley Air Force Base.
17 days.
17 days. Now, this happened in late September, early October, so it was the first known incident, and it actually grounded the planes at Langley. Langley Air Force Base, a very important base.
They've got all those F-22 Raptors and all those advanced jet fighters.
They grounded their entire fleet for 17 days because they didn't know what these drones were, where they came from, and they didn't know how to stop them, and they weren't allowed to stop them. And it just stopped happening at some point. They went away and things resumed again. It's not clear if they even know what happened.
I don't understand how is it they don't understand. Like, part of what Martha McCallum said, and she's absolutely right, how much money do we pour into our defense system, our defense agencies, our intelligence agencies every single year? And we can't stop a bunch of drones?
And it doesn't seem that there's any appetite to do so.
And that's the thing, and I said this before, I want them to be a little pissed off because we had to ground our Raptors because of drones for 17 days. So can I ask this question? What happens if we end up being attacked and we need those Raptors up in the air? Are they not going to be able to fly the Raptors because they're grounded because of drones? I mean, think about it. So all of a sudden there's like submarines that are off the coast of Washington, D.C. and New York, and we can't fly our planes to bomb the living crap out of them because they've grounded our planes because of drones, because now they've learned that they can ground our planes for 17 days with drones. And so they're learning as we go. And if Trump does not know how to stop this, well, then he's got to figure it out because he's up in about, 3 weeks or so? It is 6:45 on WTN. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. Rain this afternoon, a high of 62, 57 now at WTN. There was an airport in New York that was shut down. I think it was in Orange, New York. I don't know where that is. It wasn't one of the big ones. But the governor there, Kathy Hochul, is now calling on Congress to pass legislation to allow more resources to go towards dealing with these drones. And then, lo and behold, on Sunday, this statement. New York Governor Kathy Hochul announcing on Sunday that the federal government is deploying a drone detection system, which is kind of funny because we don't need a detection system. We need people in New Jersey with their cell phones, right? We know they're there. We need to know how to bring them down and stop them. That's what we need. And that's probably part of this. I would hope anyway. So this legislation and this drone detection system is coming to the aid of people in New York, the authorities in the state of New York, going to help them in investigations and so forth. That's obviously a step in the right direction. They say this system will support state and federal law enforcement in their investigations. But there's a lot of people who are asking the question, why are these drones flying at night? What are they looking for in all of that? And so this story went viral over the weekend. It is a guy out of Wichita, Kansas, and he manufactures drones. He manufactures the big old industrial drones, right? So, I mean, this guy knows what he's talking about. And he says, and he's John Ferguson, CEO of Saxon Aerospace, and he shared his perspective in a video that, again, did go viral. Joe Rogan and Alex Jones have retweeted this and so forth and brought a lot of attention to what this guy has to say, because he says that he knows a guy who says that this nuclear warhead was in Europe and it's on its way here, but nobody knows where it is. And so these drones are actually ours, and they're looking for this nuclear warhead. I told you it's scary.
With this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead, none of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States. It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone. So my guess, my own guess, is that these drones are not nefarious in intent. If they are, they are, but I doubt it. But if they are drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground.
So that was a big story over the weekend, and we'll have to see what happens. And I guarantee you that if Cringe Jean-Pierre or John Kirby or Alejandro Mayorkas were asked about that, they would obviously deny it. But the bottom line is, you know, with Mayorkas, he was on with George Stephanopoulos, and he asked him, look, bottom line is here. Is there anything to worry about? And he kept dancing around the answer.
Bottom line, you're saying Americans have nothing to worry about?
Look, it is our job to be vigilant in the federal government with our state and local partners on behalf of the American public, and we can assure their safety by reason of that vigilance. We've deployed personnel, technology, and if there is any reason for concern, if we identify any foreign involvement or criminal activity, we will communicate with the American public accordingly. Right now, we are not aware of any. If we become aware of any, we will communicate accordingly.
All right. Oh, and by the way, one more thing.
The border is closed. The border is secure.
It is 6:51 at Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Well, you know, there's drones in the mid-state, too. Oh, yeah. We've got the story, and it's coming up at 7 o'clock here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Megan Jones, 6:51. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store and their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. Yes, these are rooms, big old rooms, and not lanes. Now, a lot of us have shot in the lanes, and they're the same everywhere you go. I've been shooting in the Shoot 270 indoor ranges for a couple of years now at the Glock store. They are amazing, and the trainers at the Glock store, they are incredible. They'll show you why the Glock store is the most popular handgun in America, and they're going to teach you how to use it. Now, you can also tour their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. It is the only one in the country where you can get private shooting rooms that offer one-on-one personal instruction. Again, the only one in the country. You'll actually shoot less and learn more. Now, every time I shoot at the Glock store, I leave a better and more confident shooter every single time, guaranteed. So book your session and check out the pictures and videos, shoot270.com. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out, shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.656, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. This is interesting. There are a number of different websites that are out there. And you know the autopsy, of course, it continues with Kamala Harris. The headline is, lifelong Democrat and health freedom advocates, moms, voted for Donald Trump because of Donald Trump's embrace of RFK Jr. during the campaign. This is from, this is some audio from CNN. Listen.
What was your reaction when you saw that President Trump had named him to this incoming position?
I cried. Many other people cried. We were so excited.
Guys, it's happening.
I was, had been a lifelong Democrat.
In this election, did you end up voting Republican?
Yes. I think a lot of our moms didn't necessarily just run to the right. They felt abandoned by the left.
How many times have we heard that? How many times have we heard that? And it's going to keep happening, by the way. But how many times have we heard people say that they left the Democrat Party because they felt abandoned by the party? RFK Jr. said that, as a matter of fact. Not only was RFK Jr. abandoned by his own party, he was attacked by his own party. And so, and by all means, Democrats, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, bless your hearts. This woman is named Zen Honeycutt, Moms Across America, and she was on CNN.
And when the right said, hey, we're here for you on health freedom, they said that's something that I can align with.
You know, I was doing the, I don't know, Red Eye Radio, whenever it was the other day. But somebody said, you know, if the Democrats, I think he was like a plant, but he said, if the Republicans keep being so anti-choice, you know, trying to throw abortion in there. And I said, well, wait a minute. He said, they're going to lose women. And I said, well, wait a minute. I'm a little confused because there was in the last election, a lot of women voted for Donald Trump. If I'm not mistaken, more than before, far more than before. And I think part of the reason why that is because Donald Trump very simply sent it back to the states. And so he said over and over again, I said to this nice, friendly talk radio caller, I said, Donald Trump said ad nauseum that he was not going to take part in a federal ban on abortion. He said, I'm done. It's at the state level, and that's what we're doing. And he said that over and over again. And I asked the caller, I said, what is it you're not understanding? I said, number one, I don't believe that you're a Republican or a conservative because you're on the radio lying about what Donald Trump has said. And so for me, I just think that you're wrong because you had all of these women who came out and voted for Donald Trump despite whatever view on abortion you believe that he has. The American people, the American women out there knew that Donald Trump, his real opinion on abortion, despite the lies in the media, was that all it wanted to do was send it to the states and there would be no federal ban on abortion. The American people understood that. The American people understood that Kamala Harris and the media was lying. And the affiliation with RFK Jr. for is it the Crunchy Moms they call them, Joan? Is it the Crunchy Moms?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Crunchy Moms were all in. It was like the Crunchy Mom Brigade. They were all in on Donald Trump. You could also call them like granola grannies because grandmas can also be crunchy, but you can call them granola grannies as well. You could do that.
Did you make that up? I think you made it up.
I did.
You did.
Is that a thing? Does that get an official Joan chuckle? Anyway, it's 7 o'clock.
There's crickets. There's crickets in the studio. I see them.
News with Joan is coming up next on WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast and traffic coming up in just 5 minutes. The investigation underway in Nashville after a woman's body was found on the I-40 eastbound exit ramp to Jefferson Street Saturday night. Channel 4's Lydia Fielder tells us the body was found in the bushes right off that exit ramp.
Police say the body is a woman between 20 and 30 years old. They say they don't know if foul play is involved here, but they called the death suspicious. The ramp was closed for hours as police investigated.
And the woman has not yet been identified. As that drone mystery continues, it seems Middle Tennessee is also seeing its share of drones. Viewers to WSMV4 sent photos and videos of drones that have been flying over their homes. Those incidents reported in the Scotts Hollow area of Nashville, over Tucker's Crossroads in Lebanon, and in Nortonville, Kentucky. Channel 4 says they reached out to the FAA, which said they're still monitoring the situation. They also reached out to Metro Nashville Police, which said drones are not illegal as long as they've been cleared to fly by the FAA. Well, the man who allegedly gunned down a healthcare CEO in Manhattan has beefed up his defense team. Luigi Mangione hired high-profile defense attorney Karen Freeman Agnifilo, who spent 7 years as the second in command at the Manhattan DA's office before opening her own firm.
Prosecutors are preparing for Luigi Mangione to arrive back in New York as early as tomorrow after charging him in the murder of United Healthcare chief Brian Thompson. Sources tell ABC News Mangione is almost certain to waive extradition from Pennsylvania, and a grand jury in New York could also hand down an indictment at any moment.
That's ABC's Mark Marza reporting. The Democratic National Committee holding its holiday reception in D.C. over the weekend. President Biden was there, thanking members for supporting his administration and helping run, in his words, a presidential campaign that was basically scandal-free. He also had this to say.
We left the country better shape than we found it. Today, I can say with every fiber of my being, with all my heart, the answer to that question is a resounding yes. Yes.
Meantime, David Hogg, a Parkland school shooting survivor and outspoken gun ownership critic, is vying to become vice chair of the DNC, saying that the DNC ignored his warnings about tepid support from young voters during the elections. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing up this morning. The Dow futures gaining 88. We've got NASDAQ futures also above by 88. And the S&P futures are gaining 14 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, there is an accident in Belmont. This is on 8th Avenue South at Wedgwood Avenue, 40 westbound right at the airport. That's just before Donaldson Pike, an accident that blocks off the right shoulder. And then on 24 westbound lanes right after Church Street, it's an overturned truck. It's on the shoulder. And police are now saying that there's 2 separate accidents in that very same area. Careful as you're driving. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here along with Johnny B, Joan Jones for your Monday, December 16th. We did a deep dive into the drones in the previous hour. There was one question. Now, basically, the government still has no clue. Still has no clue. One of the, if I may, there was one audio bite that I didn't play. A lot of people join us like right at the top of every hour. And so there was one audio bite that I did not play, but the question was a response. They're asking Alejandro Mayorkas, and again, if you missed the whole thing, they still don't know. They're not really doing anything. There are rumors that the drones are ours and looking for a lost nuclear warhead. And so there's a lot of information that I threw at you in the previous hour, and there's other things that I want to get to. But I will tell you this, that they did ask Alejandro Mayorkas about Donald Trump and what Trump said about these drones. And so you had Alejandro Mayorkas, and he was on with George Stephanopoulos. And Johnny needs some audio if I could.
Up on the screen.
Hold on, let me get it right there. We go.
President-elect Trump has put out a post on this. I want to put it up on the screen right now. He says, mystery drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know and now, otherwise shoot them down. Your response?
We are aware of the drone sightings, as I've said. I think there are more than 8,000 drones flown every day in the United States.
This is what drives me so crazy. Nobody is denying that there's 8,000 drones flying around in the United States. What people want to know is, why is it that there are SUV-sized drones flying over our military bases? And at times grounding our airplanes. We're talking in the last hour. Our airplanes, F-22 Raptors, were grounded, according to the Wall Street Journal, for 17 days. 17 days, our military airplanes were shut down. So this babbling dolt, Alejandro Mayorkas, who just doesn't have anything to offer or say, tells us that there's 8,000 drones that are flying across America daily. Thanks, Alejandro, but can you maybe get a little bit more specific? Maybe the big ones grounding our military airplanes? Maybe step on the clue bus? Alejandro?
With respect to the ability to incapacitate those drones, we are limited in our authorities. We have certain agencies within the Department of Homeland Security that can do that, and outside our department. But we need those authorities expanded as well.
Can I ask a question? So how long have we been dealing with these UAPs, right? Because over the last several years, I mean, this goes back to when Brian was in the mornings, and that's been over 3 years ago, right? Because I took over 3 years ago. We were talking about UAPs and messing with our aircraft. And so even back then, we were talking about UAPs. And so Mayorkas, and yeah, this goes back to Trump too. So our federal government needs to figure out what the heck is the protocol if drones start messing with us. That's what they need to figure out. And it's almost like they just don't understand. I just personally believe that they're not telling us anything. I've got CNN on here in the studio. You've got, I think that's Richard Blumenthal, Connecticut, a Democrat senator. And he is on there saying, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know what the hell is wrong with the Biden administration. They can't figure this out. They can't get tough. And that's a big issue. Now, a couple of other things. I know that you've been curious about Mitt Romney and who exactly Mitt Romney believes will be leading the Republican Party in 2028. You know what's going on? I'm going to play you this audio, but I'm going to tell you the bottom line, what's going on. Mitt Romney is kissing the ring. That's what's going on. Mitt Romney, I'd be willing to bet that Romney's looking for a place in the administration. He was on with Jake Tapper. Listen.
Do you still think there's going to be a post-Trump Republican Party, or is MAGA, now the Republican Party?
Oh, MAGA is the Republican Party, and Donald Trump is the Republican Party today. And if you were to ask me who the nominee will be in 2028, I think it'll be J.D. Vance, all right? He's smart, well-spoken, part of the MAGA movement.
You said something.
Listen to what happens here. This is proof positive that Mitt Romney realizes that his serious case of TDS basically killed his political career.
Smart, well-spoken, part of the MAGA movement.
You said something pretty harsh about him a few months ago, though. You could not have less respect for somebody than J.D.
Long ago. I'm not going to rehash history. And
Long ago. It was a couple of months ago, man. Anybody else think that Mitt Romney is looking for a place in the Trump administration? Oh, that was JD. That was a long time ago. Couple months? Really? And you could tell his body language like stiffened up, and he kind of waved his hands like, what I said a couple of months ago.
I was younger then.
I was younger then. I've been red-pilled now. The only thing that has changed between a couple of months ago and now is that Donald Trump won. You're shocked, Mitt Romney. You're shocked, and you're trying to remain relevant by getting a spot within the Trump administration.
You said something pretty harsh about him a few months ago, though. You could not have less respect for somebody than J.D.
Long ago. I'm not going to rehash history. And we've worked together in the Senate since then. But I that is what the Republican Party is. And will the party need to change? Look, the Republican Party has become the party of the working class, middle class voter. And you've got to give Donald Trump credit for having done that, taken that away from the Democrats.
I don't really understand the premise of the question. When Jake Tapper said, will the Republican Party have to change after Donald Trump's second term? They still don't get it. I mean, they don't. They think that this is, it's all about the man. And no, it's not all about the man. It is about the principles. It is about legal immigration. It is about having a good economy. That's what it's about. And so for them to keep going down this road, it seems rather ridiculous. There was a, let me see if I can find this. There was a soundbite where they're talking about Donald Trump. And earlier I was talking about Kamala Harris and how she was at the DNC holiday party. That must have been a lot of fun. And Kamala Harris was actually speaking at the DNC holiday party, and I played this for you earlier.
We are not defeated.
And they are defeated. They have been just massively defeated. And so Lindy Lee was on Fox News. She is a Democrat mega donor. And she would disagree when Kamala Harris says,
we are not defeated.
Well, again, a mega donor would disagree with that notion.
I think, unfortunately, the Democratic Party has a stench of loser written all over the party. And I'm sorry. And I'm speaking as a Democrat myself. This brings me no joy to say it. But I feel like the Democrats are going to be consigned to the wilderness for at least the next 4 to 8 years.
Yeah. You know why? The next 4 to 8 years? Because we're going to have 4 years of Donald Trump. And listen, just so we're clear, I am not out here saying that gasoline is going to be $1 and you can buy a loaf of bread for $0.25. I'm not saying that. Even Donald Trump, you got all these people on the left. Donald Trump said, I don't even know where it was, but Donald Trump said that he cannot guarantee how low prices will go or whether or not they'll even go lower. He said, I can't guarantee anything. There's a lot of different things at play. And the left is like, aha. It's like, no, that's not an aha moment. I'll explain coming up. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Rain this afternoon and a high of 62. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, where it is 57 degrees. So there's a number of things that happened during the Biden administration. And so for all the left to say, aha, Donald Trump is saying that he can't guarantee that prices are going to go down. And I don't know where he said it. I don't even remember. But it's not an aha moment. That's what Donald Trump said that his goal is. But here's the point. The point is with the Biden administration, they ignored the problems that the American people were having, the problems that you and I and Johnny and Joan and all of us were having with the economy and the prices of stuff. So there's nothing more infuriating. And I was in management for like over 30 years. Felt like 90, especially around here. Moving on. So there's people who want to fix things, and then there's people that will deny that there's a problem. The Biden administration, they denied there was a problem for a long time on those two big issues, right? Inflation and illegal immigration. They literally denied that there were problems. That's why they lost. And by the time they finally admitted that the American people were hurting, it was too late. Donald Trump has admitted there's a problem. He has a stated goal, and he has said how he wants to fix it. That's his point. And by the way, when you have such a slim majority in the House of Representatives, then it might be tougher than he realizes to get some of his legislation done. So that's part of what's going on. But for, the former president, soon to be current president, I mean, listen, I think that he's got his work cut out for him. Nobody is saying this is going to be easy. Nobody is saying that this is going to be easy at all. It's actually going to be really difficult. But the bottom line for all of us, the American people, they voted for accountability. That is absolutely what they voted for. And one of the things that I thought was interesting, just talking about this DNC holiday party, I'm going to play you a piece of audio. Hold on real quick. Can I do this? Yeah, I'm going to play you a piece of audio real quick. This goes right along with what I'm saying. This is Joe Biden and a lack of accountability. This is why you lost, you brain-dead numbskull.
The one thing I've always believed about public service, and especially about the presidency, is the importance of asking yourself, have we left the country better shape than we found it? Today, I can say with every fiber in my being, with all my heart, the answer to that question is a resounding yes.
So Joe Biden says that he left our country better than when he got it. Really? How do the Democrats say this with a straight face? And if I'm in the audience at the DNC holiday party, and I hear Joe Biden say...
The one thing I've always believed about public service, and especially about the presidency, is the importance of asking yourself, have we left the country better shape than we found it? Today, I can say with every fiber in my being, with all my heart, the answer to that question is a resounding yes.
I mean, listen, I could sit here and I could spend an hour talking about the numbers of illegal aliens, crime in the streets, how from percentage standpoint and different, types of groceries and how high they've gone up. I could do all that, but I'm not even going to bother to insult your intelligence because you know that Joe Biden is lying. And so when Mitt Romney says, oh yeah, Jake Tapper, is the Republican Party going to have to change after Donald Trump? No. Donald Trump has already set the table. He set the table 4 years ago. Then Joe Biden came in and he completely wrecked the table. And now Donald Trump has to come in and he's got to fix it. And I believe that he will. And when Mitt Romney said, well, J.D. Vance clearly is going to be the one to carry on Donald Trump's legacy, well, that makes all the sense in the world. So now we'll have to see, ultimately, if Mitt Romney, who clearly he's out there kissing Trump's behind, I think that tells me that Romney is trying to stay relevant in a Republican Party that has left him behind because he chose to be dumb and he chose to vote with the opposition. And I hope that Donald Trump does not give Mitt Romney a place in his administration. That would be really dumb. But stranger things have happened, my friends. It is 7:21. Joan Jones is in the newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, some arrests, but no real answers, as more people report seeing drones hovering in the skies above their homes. Also, Laverne police still scratching their heads over a break-in at a local library. We've got those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Friends, stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days. Thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Listen up. This is for you homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiping out their debt, launching a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. That is huge. Loan Pronto can do that for you. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers. Get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto today and see what they can do for you. Always tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, on approved credit, NMLS, consumeraccess.org. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. 728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hey, Pete Hegseth is still out there, and he's lobbying the senators for confirmation. And he actually got a pretty important nod over the weekend from none other than Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, I'm in a good place with Pete unless something I don't know about comes out. These allegations are disturbing, but they're anonymous. I asked him point blank, were you drunk in a bar, and got up and said, let's kill all the Muslims? He said no. There's one allegation in a police report about sexual assault. That person has the right to come forward to the committee. But about mismanagement of money, about having a drinking problem and saying inappropriate things. All of these are anonymous allegations. He's given me his side of the story. It makes sense to me. I believe him. Unless somebody's willing to come forward, I think he's going to get through. Remember Kavanaugh? 5 people accused Justice Kavanaugh of misconduct. 3 were outright lies. The other 2, I think, were not credible. So we're not going to let that happen to Pete. You're not going to destroy his nomination based on anonymous sources. People have to come forward and make credible allegations, and we'll see if they do.
And one of the things that I love is that, and this is, I guess, controversial within the Republican Party. I'm not entirely certain why. But if there are senators that decide that they will not be supporting Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel, well, the Republican Party, at least a certain segment of the Republican Party, has a message for those senators, and we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News. It's 7:30 on WTN.
Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have an accident on 40. The eastbound lane's at McCrory Lane. It's got the left lane blocked off. There are more in traffic, and we'll have your forecast, too, coming up in a couple of moments here. New York's Stewart International Airport and Ohio's Wright-Patterson Air Force Base both closed down over the weekend, all because of those mysterious drones. And in Boston, 2 people have been arrested for drone antics.
This morning, 2 men facing charges after police say they flew a drone dangerously close to Logan Airport. Officers able to make the arrest after using advanced unmanned monitoring technology to identify the location, flight history, and operator position. In New York on Friday, Stewart International Airport forced to temporarily close its runways after multiple sightings nearby.
That's ABC's Whit Johnson reporting. The search is on for the man who broke into the Laverne Public Library using a big rock over the weekend. WSMV4's Carly Gordon tells us he vandalized that library over the course of 5 hours.
He broke in at around 9 p.m. and then stayed there until about 2 a.m. Then police say he left and went on to commit another crime. A video here shows him walking to a convenience store on Murfreesboro Pike. This was at around 4:30 a.m. Police say he tried to steal candy bars, but store clerks ended up running him off.
Now, police using surveillance video said that man is in his 20s with a slim build. At the time, he was wearing a black jacket, gray hoodie, and blue jeans. Anybody with information is being asked to call Laverne Police. Metro Nashville Police have not yet made an arrest in the shooting of 2 people at the Clarion Inn in Murfreesboro. This happened on Saturday night just before 11 p.m. Police say the man and the woman were shot inside their car. It was parked behind the hotel. Reportedly, the driver tried to drive away, but he struck a wall, and the car came to rest right in front of the hotel. Both of the victims were taken to the hospital with critical injuries. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. And a threat to Republicans not supporting Donald Trump's picks. That is straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for Mark Spain Real Estate Friends. Spend time where it matters most this holiday season and sell your home fast with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, don't worry about showings and open houses or spending money on costly repairs. Save them for the gifts. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Tom, said Mark Spain Real Estate sold his home quickly and for more money than they expected. The entire process, he says, was easy and stress-free. Tom highly recommends Mark Spain Real Estate, and so do I. Now, if you're looking for a hassle-free experience like Tom's that makes you the most money, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, They make selling your home simple. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate knows what matters most, a quick sale and maximum profit. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you're ever going to make. So who you work with really does matter. Trust the most experienced real estate team in America and close with confidence with Mark Spain Real Estate. 855-299-SOLD is a phone number, 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Well, that accident on 40 westbound at McCrory Lane, that's exit 192, has the left lane still blocked there by police. If you're traveling 40 westbound before Cookville, exit 290, it's an accident. And then also westbound 40, just before Donaldson Pike, there's an accident and the right shoulder remains blocked off. You've got 24 westbound with an overturned truck on the shoulder at Church Street causing a slowdown. And 840 eastbound, the off-ramp to I-65. That's exit 31. Also a crash, and the off-ramp is partially blocked by that one. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I see you shaking your head in there, Johnny. I'm back on time.
You get back where you belong, mister.
Yeah, you wanted this new clock, buddy.
Yeah, I'm... Man,
Did you forget? You walked out the door, you forgot?
No, you know what? I left my slippery elm in the hallway. And
That's right where it belongs.
I didn't want anybody to steal my slippery elm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what... You just got out of treatment.
Yeah, have you not learned a lesson yet?
Man. No. Listen, you people on Super Talk TV can see this as a double bagger of slippery elm.
He's flaunting it now, Johnny.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm coming out of COVID. I'm just telling you that people could probably tell my voice isn't right there. It's doing that stupid little cutting out thing that it does.
It's not the voice. It's the fog thing.
Yeah, it is.
That we all
fog.
notice. Yeah.
COVID fog?
Yes.
Hey, guys, did I tell you the great joke that I told at the Christmas party?
Oh, yeah.
Now, don't tell it. Don't tell it yet.
Hold on, I need duct tape for my head.
I'm going to tell it to Chris Hand at 8:35.
Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, preemptively now going to start giving me the crickets, like preemptively. Is that what you two are going to do? All right, cool. I see. You know what? I want you just one time, Joan Jones. When Chris Hand tells a joke, I want you to not laugh.
But generally, he's kind of funny.
Oh, you just whatever. I'm moving on.
This sucked and you failed.
All right, moving right along. Finding out who my friends are at this place. I'm just kidding. I love you both. Let's see, but I will see if Chris Hand laughs at my joke at 8:35. I told the joke at 5:35, and we'll tell Chris all about the inappropriate text that I sent you to over the weekend.
Well, what did the super texters think of the joke, Dan?
I'd rather not say, Johnny.
Oh, okay.
That's none of your business. That's between me and the super texters.
I'll tell you, I have access to the super
stop
texters.
it, Joan. We'll talk about that at 8:35. Maybe on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All right, so we're always political in our country. And so the Republican Party, or at least some Republicans, are now warning the other Republicans who are kind of not real hip on Donald Trump's nominees, the people that he wants to serve in his cabinet. Your Lisa Murkowski's, your Susan Collins, some of those folks. And so now looks like those people are going to be primaried. And this is, becoming kind of a big deal within the Republican Party, because you have some people that are saying, well, wait a minute. Just because you don't think that Pete Hegseth should be the defense secretary doesn't mean that you should be primaried. I think this has become like a litmus test. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, where you stand on these particular picks. And I'm using like my big two, Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth. Those are like my big two. I know that there's like many, many others, but to me, those are the big two. And then there's others, and we'll maybe talk about them later. But if you're a Susan Collins, or if you are a Lisa Murkowski, or some of these other Republicans that are giving indications that they're not going to support Donald Trump, well, then they will be primaried. And I think that's going to be a very big deal for Republicans, because I think that MAGA Nation has very little patience for stupidity. We got 2 years. And so the last thing that anybody wants on, and I'm going to say my side of the aisle, because I know not all of you are Donald Trump supporters, but I will say most of us, our side of the aisle, the Trump supporters are the Republican Party. And so if you are somebody who is going to battle Donald Trump every step of the way, you Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, then just get out. Just get out and go on and do whatever it is, the next thing that you want to do in life. Because we don't have any patience or tolerance for that. We have been dealing with this stuff for 4 years with Joe Biden. And we dealt with the anti-Trump movement during the first 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency. And so we're kind of done. And so if you're a senator and you are up for, re-election coming up in 2 years, then if you're anti-Trump, you're out. If you're anti-Pete Hegseth, if you're anti-Kash Patel, you are out. By the way, there's a lot of people who were shocked at what Joe Biden did last week. Now, you know that he had all those commutations, right? Over 1,500 pardons and commutations. Have you heard what he did to his home state of Pennsylvania? His area, I guess, of Scranton, Pennsylvania. People are absolutely losing their minds over one particular person that Joe Biden, he decided to commute the sentence of a guy that has a horrific legacy in the state of Pennsylvania.
It's a big smack in the face for us once again.
The words of Kids for Cash victim Amanda Laura after hearing that President Biden commuted the sentence of disgraced Luzerne County Judge Michael Conahan.
We had no time to get any time taken away from us. We had nobody to write to talk to. But now we're talking about the President of the United States to do this. What about all of us?
Have you heard about this? The Kids for Cash scandal. Now, I don't remember all of it, but I remember that it was horrible. It was notorious. Rocked Pennsylvania and America. 2 judges, Michael Conahan and Mark Civarella, they were busted for sending kids to a for-profit prison. They were getting kickbacks to the tune of millions of dollars. And so these kids would get thrown into these for-profit prisons. These two were in charge of the juvenile courts. And so a kid would get, I kid you not, a kid would get in a fight. And he ends up in this prison and no way to get out because they've sent these kids to a for-profit prison and they are getting money, kickbacks, for keeping these, seemingly innocent kids in prison.
And they closed down the public prison.
They
the
did.
Institution for kids.
You're absolutely right, Joan. They did. They closed that down. And so they had like this monopoly on, the where to send the kids. They had the monopoly on, they're the judge. And so they're going to send these kids to the for-profit prisons and they're getting cutbacks. And you know what, parents? There's nothing you can do about it.
Laura was one of thousands of juveniles who were wrongly imprisoned as part of the Kids for Cash scheme that involved Conahan and fellow Judge Mark Civarella.
Yeah, so listen to how insidious this was, and we just talked about it. They shut down the State Juvenile Detention Center, used money from his Luzerne County budget, this Michael Conahan, to fund this multi-million-dollar lease for the private facilities. So these kids would come to their courtroom for really minor offenses. One of these kids, I watched a documentary on this over the weekend. You know what this kid did? Put up a MySpace page making fun of the vice principal. And she got thrown in prison, in this for-profit prison. Another kid, a fight at school. In this prison for years. They literally locked him up and threw away the key. Can you imagine if that was your kid? Can you imagine if that was like a 10-year-old who, gets in a fight at school and they end up going to juvenile flipping court and thrown in jail? And there's nothing you can do because the guys that are getting the kickbacks are the guys that are making the decisions. They release a 10-year-old after the 10-year-old got, in a fight at school, less money they make. It is horrible. Oh, and there's more. There's a lot more. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Rain this afternoon and a high of 62. Right now, 57 degrees. It's Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So Fox News puts it this way. Again, Joe Biden commuting the sentence of this Michael Conahan, a guy who was getting kickbacks, keeping kids in a for-profit prison. This is in Pennsylvania. So do you think this will come up in the next presidential election? Where Joe Biden has commuted the sentence of this guy that kept these kids in prison while getting kickbacks? It should, because Democrats are all about Joe Biden, aren't they? Fox News puts it this way. Conahan's partner in crime, Mark Civarella, who presided over juvenile court, pushed a zero-tolerance policy that guaranteed large numbers of kids would be sent to PA childcare and its sister facility, Western PA Childcare. Civarella ordered children as young as 8 years old to detention. Many of them first-time offenders, deemed delinquent for things like petty theft, literally jaywalking, friends, truancy, smoking on school grounds, and other minor infractions. The judge often ordered youths he had found delinquent to be immediately shackled, immediately handcuffed, and taken away to the for-profit prison without giving them a chance to put up a defense or even say goodbye to their families. I mean, that's how insidious this was. These poor kids, they were literally put away and left to rot while the prison brought in the funds. And then some of those funds went to these two judges. These guys, Conahan, the guy Biden just commuted, and Civarella, they were again in charge of the juvenile courts, so they wouldn't let anybody out. And so the victims are now heartbroken because Biden let them out. Biden let this guy Conahan out. These people lost part of their childhood, and they still bear the scars.
Now, Amanda Laura was sent to detention for 5 years for simply being involved in a fight at a high school volleyball game.
So he wants to talk about with Conahan and everybody else, but what is Joe Biden doing for all of these kids that absolutely got nothing and almost no justice from this whole thing that happened? So it's nothing for us, but it seems that Conahan's just getting a slap on the wrist every which way he possibly could, still today.
Yeah, horrible, horrible case. Now, again, not to belabor the point, but several of the childhood victims were part of this big lawsuit that began in 2009, and they've died from suicide or drug overdoses. That is who Joe Biden commuted. And people are shocked. Even the governor of Pennsylvania, Shapiro, was stunned.
These commutation recipients who were placed on home confinement during the COVID pandemic have successfully reintegrated into their families and communities and have shown that they deserve a second chance. But Laura says she and other juveniles were never given a second chance.
Nope.
There's never going to be any closure for us, Andy. There's never going to be, somehow, some way, these two men are always going to pop up. But now when you think about a president of the United States letting him get away with this, who even wants to live in this country at this point? I'm totally sickened. I just can't even believe this.
Yeah, people were really shocked by that. And there were other examples of folks that had their sentences commuted that a lot of people are asking questions about. That's the one that I focused on. Again, there's 1,500 of these folks have been commuted. And listen, that's Joe Biden's right as an outgoing president, as a president. This is something that you get to do. And Donald Trump did commutations as well. And I'm sure that there are people that the Democrats disagreed with. But you have to, if you have any sense of humanity, you have to disagree with Joe Biden commuting the sentence of this Michael Conahan and what he put people through. It is absolutely amazing. But you know what? Isn't that all part of Joe Biden and his weak on crime, soft on crime policies? I mean, it's all very consistent. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Okay, coming up right before the break, you've got to hear this audio of a kid who fact checks Jill Biden. This is one of my favorite pieces of audio, and it is coming up next right before the news. It is 7:51, and coming up with the news is Joan Jones. Hey, Joan.
Yeah, clean up on aisle 17, Dan, after police tracked down a criminal right inside of a grocery store. Also, President-elect Donald Trump gets a down payment on his presidential library from ABC News and one of its top anchors. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know what Trump has to do? Oh, my gosh, this would be classic. So the presidential library.
Yeah.
He needs to get a big cutout of George Stephanopoulos holding a check, a big old check. made out Donald Trump $15 million, and in the memo, it's got to say, I lied.
And people can take pictures next to it, right? And George Stephanopoulos would be, his height in real life, which is very small.
Yes.
So yeah, I think we just nailed it.
I think that's what he's got to do.
Yeah. All
right, very good news with Joan Jones coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, and I want to tell you about a Nashville institution. Nashville Tent and Awning, a trusted name since 1884. Now, they've worked with the top companies here in Nashville, but they do so much more than just tent and awnings. How about a permanent or rental enclosure for your patio? With the winter months, of course, already here, an enclosure is the perfect way to extend your outdoor living space and keep cozy while enjoying your backyard. If you have a private event coming up this year or next year, maybe a big wedding coming up in the next year, and you need a fancy tent of any size, they can make it look spectacular. Nashville Tent and Awning. They can also do industrial events and have worked with the Titans and Vanderbilt and the Grand Ole Opry, to name just a few. This is the company that Nashville has been working with for tents and awnings and enclosures since 1884. Now, what can they help you with? Whether it is a tent or an enclosure, on-site event, industrial event, at your home, whatever, they can help you. Amazing awnings for anywhere and anything. Check them out. Nashville Tent and Awning, NTACO. It's like the letter N, taco. NTACO.com. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-329-3701. 615-329-3701. For Nashville Tent and Awning, solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
See, she's got the right idea. Marsha Blackburn, she's saying Merry Christmas. Yeah. It's not that hard. Unless you're Joe Biden. You hear what happened to Joe Biden? Joe, did you hear what happened to Joe Biden?
To Jill or Joe?
Jill.
Oh, no.
Oh, listen, let's pull the music down.
Uh-oh.
Listen to this.
Hello. How are you? Hi. Happy holidays. Hi. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. Yes.
I love that.
Have that child removed.
Oh, I know, right?
Elevate him. Yeah.
I love that. It's like you can hear the annoyance in her voice.
Yeah.
Clearly.
That's the teacher coming out of her. You know, the doctor.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Jill
yeah.
Biden teacher.
Yeah.
That's doctor to you. Happy Christmas! Happy Christmas! It's just so awesome.
Get Secret Service after that child.
That's threatening, you know.
I think she was also wearing a couch pattern.
Uh-oh.
Jill Biden was
Another one of those?
at the time.
Right.
Yeah, that's the part of the audio that didn't make it go viral. Happy Christmas! She said Happy Christmas, but then she also said you're wearing a couch pattern. That's what the...
From the Hillary Clinton collection.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
Jill, you're a woman. Does Hillary Clinton have a clothing line? I don't think she does.
No, she does.
She does not.
Shocking. And I'm reasonably certain. I'm reasonably certain that.
You mean those smocks wouldn't just fly off the shelves?
Yes,
Tasteless.
potato sacks.
Yeah.
With a goofy hat.
Yes. Anyway, there you go. So, you know what? From
I don't mind Dr. Jill's dress as much as you do. The patterns aside, she has at least her dress choices. Her the cuts of cloth, they're just better cut. They're nicer. They're not. She's no Melania. Let's go there.
Keep trying, Joan.
Right?
Come on, Joan.
Oh, I'm trying. Yeah, I'm
Come
just
on,
trying to be
Joan.
nice. Not
Happy
petty.
Christmas, yes.
there you go.
Yes.
Corrected by a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Which she's kind of married to one, so she knows what it's like. Anyway, it's 8 o'clock. News with Joan is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock here. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic still to come. Chaos at the Kroger over the weekend after a man being chased by police tried to make a getaway by running into the grocery store off Thompson Lane. Josephine Crocker is a cashier who witnessed it all. She spoke with News 2.
Came out of the bathroom and he spilled a bunch of stuff in the pharmacy, and then he was running down aisle 17, and then the police were chasing him, and then it was crazy.
Yeah, that man is still unidentified. Police say that his car had stalled out on Thompson Lane, and as they approached, they realized he had a warrant out for his arrest. That's when that man took off on foot through the store. Eventually, police were able to tase that man, and he was arrested. In West Tennessee, a police officer responding to a report of a suspicious person outside of a home in Selmer was shot and killed on Saturday. Officer Rick Finley was honored by his co-workers yesterday.
Very shocking and very heartbreaking. We know he was one of the good ones. He would give you the shirt off his back. He was one of the best.
Selmer police said 39-year-old Daniel Holmes fired on Finley as he approached the home. A fellow officer shot and killed Holmes. In New Mexico, police have a suspect in a quadruple homicide.
16-year-old Diego Leyva called 911 around 3:30 in the morning Saturday to report that he had killed his entire family at their home in Valencia County, south of Albuquerque. Police found the apparent murder weapon, a handgun, sitting on a table, and say the boy gave up without a fight. He was hospitalized for detox and has been charged with 4 counts of murder.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. And ABC News and President Trump came to an agreement over the weekend in a defamation case against the news organization. ABC and its host, George Stephanopoulos, have agreed to pay $15 million for Trump's presidential library and apologize. Here's Fox News host Arthel Neville as that news broke on Saturday.
Trump sued Stephanopoulos after he asserted in an interview that Trump was found, quote, liable for rape in a civil case, despite the fact that a jury actually determined Trump was liable for, quote, sexual abuse, which has a distinct definition under New York law.
Now, since then, George Stephanopoulos deleted his X account. He did host his Sunday show as usual, but there was no mention of that settlement. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures pointing up by 84 this morning, NASDAQ futures gaining 120, and the S&P futures, they're up 21 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, let's see. We've got an accident, the eastbound lanes of 40 just before McCrory Lane, exit 192. The accident is blocking off the right shoulder. And then on 65, southbound side, right after Trinity Lane, exit 87, also a stalled out vehicle. It lost a wheel, and it's blocking off the right shoulder in that spot, too. Now, if you're traveling this morning, 24, the westbound lane, still dealing with an overturned truck on the shoulder at Church Street. That's exit 81. And by the way, there are 2 separate accidents in that area as well. And 840 eastbound, the off-ramp to I-65, that's exit 31, a crash that's partially blocking the off-ramp. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. By the way, based on our last conversation, Joan and Johnny, there's absolutely no reason why Jill Biden cannot come out with her own patterns for couches, like Jill Biden's couch patterns. I mean, could she do that? I mean, if she's not going to be out there with her own dress pattern, well, then maybe just do a couch pattern because they're all the same, at least according to me.
I guess she'll need something to do in retirement.
I got something she can do. Anyway, moving right along. 8:07.
What do you mean by that, Dan?
Ooh.
Well, Dan.
You know what? Oh, nothing. Oh, trust me when I say
that's a different kind of well, Dan.
Yeah, it is. Well. Well, Mr. Mandis.
That's not what I was saying.
Hubba.
I'm just, no, that's Bill Clinton. No, Bubba. Hubba Bubba.
She's not my type.
Anyway, she's not mine either. None of them are. Anyway, moving right along. 8:07 on Nashville's Morning News. Another weekend of drone sightings. We're having trouble earlier. We were talking about how, oh, good Lord. Help me. The guy from the Biden, John Kirby. Johnny, we're talking off the air.
Don't hurt yourself.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's too late.
Hey, you know what they call drones in Tennessee?
What's that?
Targets.
Yeah.
Well,
go get them.
Yeah, baby.
Bring one of those bad boys.
You want to go to
down.
jail? You can't shoot those things.
Trust me, they'll try.
We play that audio of the guy that the guy that from Florida. Remember that tried to shoot the drone down, and then I was telling Amy about that. The guy they put cuffs on him, and he's like, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe." Moving right along.
Smart guy.
Anyway, I was interviewing a guy on Friday on WMAL in Washington, D.C. Tony Schaefer, who I've actually interviewed here on TN too. And he I'm going to try to get the audio because he knows John Kirby. And he said John Kirby is the biggest liar known to mankind. It was like he blasted John Kirby for lying. And so on Friday, this interview that Martha McCallum from Fox News did with John Kirby, the lead up to the interview, you remember, where Kirby and the federal government, they just simply don't seem real concerned about these drones. It's what we've been talking about, I mean, for weeks now, and certainly in the last week, and nobody really seems to know within the Biden administration what the hell is going on. I mean, even CNN, federal officials scrambled to calm fears as lawmakers demand answers. Well, they're not stepping up to the plate. John Kirby is not stepping up to the plate. Joe Biden is not stepping up to the plate. I mean, Kamala Harris, she's nowhere to be found. And so part of what's going on is Martha McCallum interviewing John Kirby, and there's a reason why this interview went viral, because Martha McCallum at Fox News, She's just flabbergasted that they don't understand why the American people are really concerned.
It's possible that they could be owned by private citizens.
But why don't we know, John? That's the point. Why doesn't the United States government know? It seems silly. I mean, it feels a lot like the Chinese spy balloon. It was like, oh, we don't know. It's not a problem. Then we watched it go all the way across the country, and we kept hearing, we're not really sure where it came from until we saw it popped and, floated down over the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, somebody explain to John Kirby why it is that people are concerned. And part of this, and I said this earlier, is that the Biden administration, let's just be honest, this is part of a pattern of weakness. That's the thing. It's not just about the drones. It's about the border. It's about the failed pullout of Afghanistan. It is about China saber rattling against Taiwan. It is about what's going on with Ukraine and how Joe Biden's weak sanctions emboldened Vladimir Putin to go into Ukraine. I mean, I could do this all day. I did it literally for 2 years. The rap on Joe Biden is that he is weak. The rap on John Kirby is he is weak. Alejandro Mayorkas, I don't even need to go down that road, but I will in a second. So Martha McCallum, just like everybody else, we're frustrated. And we don't get it.
Why don't we know? I wish I could tell you exactly why we don't have an answer for you here. I can tell you that we are working on it very, very hard.
You've been working on it for like a month. I mean, haven't you? Because this really started a month ago. I mean, how long does it take to figure out you've got an entire Defense Department with really pretty badass jets and stuff and bombs? So why does it take you so long to figure this out? That's the other thing. It's like, get your guys in a room and come up with an idea.
To know, because we want to answer those questions the same as those folks in New Jersey want answers to them. And we are working on this very, very hard. We are now applying. There was an interagency conversation this morning about this topic where we have now decided to employ some additional technology to New Jersey and some additional personnel to try to get a better sense of what these things are. And as I said yesterday, Martha,
yeah, and so people in New Jersey and California and Ohio and all of these different places just confused as all get out. I'm not confused. I know that you're not confused. This is par for the course, man. This is standard operating procedure. Leave the skies open above our military installations. Leave our borders open. I mean, it's all the same thing. Allow crime to happen across America. I mean, that's part of what's going on. There was a situation actually in Ohio just over the weekend.
Med Flight 8 Patterson Tower, use extreme caution for heavy UAS movement on the base. Security forces is handling the situation. And I got to keep the lights down so that security forces can see. Roger that, no problem. All aircraft use extreme caution. Patterson Class Delta is now closed for heavy UAS activity.
I mean, literally, they closed Patterson Air Force Base, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, because you had these drones swarming around. Now, I don't know what they did to rectify the situation or how they sanitized the airspace, but you know what? It would be nice if they showed some force. There were drones over the weekend reported in California. Associated Press. Drone sightings have been reported in at least 6 other states: New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Virginia. They did not include Ohio here with the Associated Press, but, they're kind of all over the place, man. I'm just telling you. We've been reporting the 2 guys that were arrested in Long Island following a hazardous drone operation near the airport there, but no further details have been given on that. But you know what? I appreciate that at the very least, in this conversation between Martha McCallum and John Kirby, I am appreciative that at least one of them is pissed off.
As soon as we know, we're going to.
No, I hear you. This is shocking. I got to tell you, this is shocking. Okay, and I'm not the only person who feels this way. This was happening at Langley a month ago. Okay, these people are not crazy. They're seeing these things with their own eyes. This is not normal behavior. They are not planes that are coming in one direction and they're heading into Newark Airport and then they're landing, okay? We spend $824 billion on defense. We have the greatest intelligent capability in the world. So how can you stand there and say to the country right now, gosh darn, we just don't know what these are?
Because I'm not going to lie to you or to the American people, and I'm not going to say we know something when we don't. And we would never, ever stoop to think that an American citizen was crazy or nuts because of what they're seeing and what they're documenting. We're taking that imagery seriously, and we're doing the best we can to analyze it, and we encourage people to come forward if they have additional sightings and imagery. We want to do the best we can to triangulate it, but I'll be gosh darn if I'm going to stand up here and make up stuff that I don't know to be true.
We don't want you to make up anything.
That's almost the funniest part of that whole thing. I'm not going to stand up here and make up stuff that's not true. You've been doing it for 4 years. You work for Joe Biden. That dude is the personification of making stuff up that isn't true. I mean, I don't want them to lie about the drones, but at the same time, and I think they may be lying about the drones. There's a big story that came out over the weekend. I'm going to tell you about that coming up. By the way, we were talking about this earlier. This is from the Wall Street Journal. Mystery drones swarmed a U.S. military base for 17 days. That is insanity. Langley Air Force Base on Virginia's shoreline. And they had to ground our planes for 17 days. Like, in what military does anybody think that that's okay? F-22 Raptors we have at Langley Air Force Base. And so Vladimir Putin, if you're listening, or whoever else, if you're listening, Xi Jinping, if you're listening, Iran, if you're listening, just so you know, if you want to be able to just lob some missiles into America, all you've got to do is just fly a few drones over our airspace, over our military installations, and you have free, unfettered access to America. All you got to do is ground our airplanes by flying drones over our airspace for 17 days. And we did absolutely nothing about it. Just stunning. 8:16, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, so rain this afternoon and it's 62 degrees right now, 57. So the question is, why don't you just shoot them out of the sky? Because the local authorities in New Jersey, and we've all been reading, this is a federal job. This is the job of the federal government, not local government. And Kirby says, basically, we don't have the authority to do that.
I mean, you're not going to want to shoot something down where it could hit somebody's house or hurt somebody.
Well, the Coast Guard says that there are 30 of them following one of their ships in the ocean. So would that work?
I mean, again, we have to develop the policy options based on what we know we're dealing with here. And we just.
How long have drones been around? Like, seriously, do we know how long drones have been around? I don't know. But you mean to tell me that we don't have a policy for drones that are grounding our airplanes? That is, I think that's why people are so unbelievably aghast at this whole thing.
And how many times do we have to hear this excuse? We don't want to shoot things down that could injure people and destroy homes.
Oh, yeah.
Like they did with the balloon.
Oh, yeah. Johnny, you're absolutely right. And so part of what people are frustrated about is that we sound so incredibly feckless.
Coast Guard says that there are 30 of them following one of their ships in the ocean. So would that work?
I mean, again, we have to develop the policy options based on what we know we're dealing with here, and we just don't know enough to make those to take those kinds of actions. But
have you called in like AI experts or said like, why don't we ask Elon Musk what he thinks, or brought in outside experts?
That I love that part. You guys why don't you ask Elon Musk? He might know something about this.
More than you, obviously.
Oh, clearly.
We're working really hard right now inside in the interagency, and certainly supporting the FBI and DHS as they investigate this. And
the White House has no idea what's going on. I think that makes people feel really unsettled.
Yeah, it's unsettling. It is unsettling. The other part of all of this is that people are really nervous about what we're hearing online. There's a story, and this is the third time that I'm going to talk about this today, because I want to make sure that people know that this story is out there and that I'm not trying to cover it up. Because, people are, you afraid to talk about it? No, I've two different cities, and here I am, third time here. Over the weekend, Joe Rogan retweets this guy talking about a missing nuclear warhead from the 1980s. What that guy says is straight ahead. It is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. So yeah, the missing nuclear warhead part of the story coming up right before the news with Joe Jones at 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here, and I've been a Beehive member for years, so I can tell you from personal experience that this is the best HVAC company out there. Now, how good are they? Every month, they have new ways to save you money. Now, at Busy Bee, they've decided to extend that massive special. They've got a limited number of 14 SEER, 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $6,995. You see, they're always looking for ways to save you money at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And this is why I'm a Beehive member, and this is why I so proudly endorse these folks. They're also, by the way, offering a $69 mainline camera inspection to make sure that your drain pipes are cleaned out and in good condition. They've got so many different Christmas deals waiting for you right now from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, enough to warm your heart this holiday season. They are your Rude Pro partner, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com. Joan Jones has that news at 8:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, 2 people lucky to be alive after what they did in Lebanon over the weekend. And a former CIA officer weighs in on what she thinks those mysterious drones could be. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
827, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Monday, December 16th. Hope you're doing well. So what is this internet rumor? What did this guy say about missing nuclear warheads? That's right. That's what guy said. And he's getting all kinds of attention online. Joe Rogan actually retweeted this guy, and Alex Jones says, oh, yeah, this guy is spot on. And so the big question is, who owns these drones? Well, this guy says these are actually our drones, and they're looking for a missing nuclear warhead from the 1980s. And supposedly it was in Ukraine or from Ukraine, and it's disappeared on its way here. And so maybe somebody apparently absconded, terrorist organization and so forth. So maybe somebody absconded, according to him, with this nuclear warhead. And these are our drones, he says. John Ferguson says, CEO of Saxon Aerospace. And he says, these are our drones, and they're looking for a lost nuclear warhead. And yeah, that is unsettling.
With this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead, none of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States.
Now here's the thing. There's a bit more, but would it surprise anyone that the Biden administration didn't do anything? That some dude is contacting the Biden administration and they're like, hey, there's a nuclear warhead. It's missing, and you might want to think about looking for it. Now, this is a guy, a Kansas-based aerospace CEO. He's from Wichita, Kansas, actually. And he manufactures these big A drones. And so he knows all about this stuff. And this kind of sounds like an episode of 24, right? Missing nuclear warhead. And Jack Bauer, you know what? We have the exact opposite of a Jack Bauer in the White House and within Biden's administration. We've got the antithesis of Jack Bauer. We've got Alejandro Mayorkas and John Kirby. That's who we have in the Biden White House.
We basically have Howard Tice.
That's exactly who we have, Johnny, is Howard Tice.
It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone. So my own guess, is that these drones are not nefarious in intent. If they are, they are, but I doubt it. But if they are our drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground.
There you go. So we'll have to see if anybody actually asks the Biden administration about this. And clearly we know that they'll, play collectively Mickey the Dummy, and they won't have any comment on it whatsoever. It is 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are expecting rain throughout the day today, mostly coming this afternoon. Right now we're at 57 degrees and overcast skies. A couple of people are lucky to be alive after their car sped through downtown Lebanon early Sunday morning and went airborne through Lebanon Square. This happened at 3:30 in the morning. That car then crashes and damages several businesses. It mows down several light poles. takes out trees, shrubbery, and fencing, too, along the way. 2 people were inside the car. They were taken to a hospital, and they were both arrested as well. Police say speed and alcohol are believed to be factors in this wreck. Now, we do have the video surveillance of that. There's no audio to it, so we're not playing it here, but I do have it on my Twitter feed, on my X feed, if you'd like to take a look. It's amazing. An elderly woman killed in an apparent hit-and-run crash in South Nashville yesterday afternoon. A nearby resident found that 83-year-old woman lying in the street at Wingate Avenue near Sunrise Avenue and called police. She was taken to Vanderbilt University Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. A possible explanation about those mysterious drones. Former CIA officer Laura Ballman tells Fox News that she's got a hunch about it.
Perhaps this is actually a classified exercise to test either evasion technology or detection technology in urban areas.
She says she got that hunch after parsing the words of National Security spokesman John Kirby, who said the drones aren't operating illegally. Also, by reading op-eds about the need to look at our detection systems. Bauman does not think the drones are being operated by the CIA directly. And remember that server at the Washington, D.C. bar who told the Washingtonian last week that she would not serve members of the incoming Trump administration? Well, she's looking for a new job. Susanna Van Rooy was canned by the employer, who said the staff is simply horrified and asked the public not to condemn the rest of its employees because of her behavior. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
On 65 southbound lanes at Briley Parkway, exit 90 A and B, there's an accident and the right shoulder is blocked off there. Also, the 24 side of the westbound side of 24 at Church Street, an accident is blocking the right shoulder there as well. And a couple of accidents in that area. And you've got also southbound 65 at Rivergate Parkway 96, an accident reported by police. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the gang of four. Johnny's here. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning.
Joan's here. Good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
I'm Dan. Chris is here.
What's up? What's up, guys?
Chris, that was so funny.
What'd I do?
Anything.
Oh. Guys, have I told you guys how much I love Joan Jones?
She's the best, isn't she?
The best.
Yeah, Joni's great.
Joni's great.
So,
all right, Danny.
Hey, by the way, can I ask Chris real quick?
Yes.
Chris, did the family enjoy the jerky
party
that you got?
Oh, the turkey? What?
Oh. Okay. Sorry about that.
So anyway.
Don't put me on blast, JB. JB got me jerky. And I did what you're not supposed to do when Glenna makes jerky. I had a piece in the studio.
Oh.
So
every time I'd walk by the window, here's Chris in a break. I went home. I said, Glenna goes, did he enjoy the jerky? I said, I can tell you this much, it's not making it home.
That's the thing with Glenna's jerky is like I eventually had to put it in my trunk.
That's a good take. Yeah,
yeah,
I like
because I kept eating it, and then I think we actually said on the air one time, Johnny actually put me on blast, and he's like, "Hey, how did Amy like the jerky?" And I'm like, "She didn't get any. Damn it, Johnny, shut up."
I did. I had a couple pieces for Virginia, and then Bishop had a piece, and Millie Jane had a piece. But then the two big kids were at school. They were off doing something, so they didn't.
So you lose out.
They weren't lucky enough.
Hey, Chris. So
I'm ready. I'm ready for this joke.
So wife and I,
all right,
we're getting pedicures on Saturday.
Why are you doing that? I'm out of the joke already. Why are you getting a pedicure? That's the feet, right?
Yeah. What's the name? It's the toenails.
I can't do that.
So we're getting pedis
together.
Yeah, we hold hands and everything.
No, come on.
So,
see,
they trade recipes.
And so,
I would be like George Costanza's dad and think that everybody's talking about me in there. You know.
They were, because she said that the lady doing my feet said, "How's the water?" And I said, "Wet." See, she wanted to know if it was too hot or too cold, and I said wet.
That's a good one. I didn't. So you dip feet in water?
Yeah, and so then
okay.
I told that joke at the party,
and it still wasn't funny.
And that's what I got. And I had like 8 people in a circle.
Yeah.
And I told the joke, and Joan was there. Shockingly, Joan didn't laugh.
But neither did anyone else.
So what's the process?
They were wondering is there something that we're responding to? There was such a long, silent moment.
It was. It was like everybody kind of looked at each other like
uncomfortable.
It was. It was awkward, wasn't it, Joan?
Yes.
Whatever.
So how long do you put your feet in water?
Joan, do you want to tell him?
What's the process?
Process is you go in. Make sure that you wear sandals because you don't want to put your freshly done feet into shoes and socks.
Okay.
And you also don't want to wear very tight, like straight leg pants because you need to roll them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
You roll them up.
Yeah.
And by the way, I also had a mimosa.
You had a mimosa while you were doing all this?
Damn right I did.
See, he was there for the alcohol. He wasn't there for the pedicure.
Well, there's that aspect of it too.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So then you soak them. But how long are you soaking these things?
I don't know, a little bit of time. And then they put a bunch of like what do you call them, Joan? Like salt kind of stuff, and they use
flowery scented salts.
Yeah, flowery scented salts. And then
hashtag trendsetter, baby.
And then what they do is they cut your toenails.
Okay.
And they get the scruff off of your heel. I bet you've got a scruffy heel.
I don't want you thinking about my heels.
So
let's not go there.
Did they use the scrub on your legs?
Not on my legs.
Okay, they may not do that.
That's where you draw the line.
That's where I draw the line.
Going below, all right?
Hey, my gosh, I'm a man. That's not going to happen.
Did you get lavender? Is that with lavender scented scrub?
Yeah, I think I did actually get lavender.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, whatever.
So all the guys.
Anyway, so yeah, and then she asked me how the water was, and I said wet, and that is when They did. They started speaking in Korean to each other.
Yeah.
And I know. It's
I
like,
can imagine what they said.
Who's this knucklehead?
Hey, look at Yankee Dog.
Amy was just like, Amy actually told her, don't pay any attention to him. Just don't bother. It's like it's like this lady's third time with me, so she probably knows me by now. And I try to have a good time. I'm
Hang
sorry.
on, this wasn't your first pedicure?
No, this was. I've had many. I've been with Amy 7 years now. So yeah.
So 7 years of now. See, Chris, this is what our life was like this weekend. Dan texts both Joan and myself.
Okay.
Do you want to see the picture?
And it's a picture.
And it's a picture of the feet?
It's a
his
picture
feet.
of my feet.
No, thanks.
So this is what I told him.
No thanks. No thanks.
Texting body parts.
So this is what I told him. I said, Thursday after my nap at home, I wake up, my wife has put on Mean Girls. I wake up, Mean Girls is playing. That's Thursday. Saturday, what do I wake up to from a nap? Dan's feet.
I think I'd take Mean Girls.
And I
was it unsolicited, the feet pic?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was totally
Can
unsolicited.
you imagine soliciting a foot pic? I mean, honestly.
Oh, there's Dan's feet.
Dan, please send me pictures of your feet.
Yeah, we want to see pictures of you getting a pedi.
I said.
Did the pics go on Foot Finder afterwards?
So underneath the foot pic, I said, how's the water? Wet, I say. # Dan jokes. Hey. I'm gonna nuke this entire place, man. You know what? If I find that nuclear warhead before the Biden administration, I'm using it here on your computer, Johnny.
That's all right, Dan.
Anyway, whatever. I'm done. You know what? Forget it.
It's comedy gold.
What do you got there, Chris? You're so smart. Say something regaling and funny, shall you?
I don't have much.
Well, you got like 7 minutes. They took out all the commercials, so.
I know. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is, actually.
Caitlin Clark, cover of Time magazine.
Okay.
A WNBA owner is actually very upset that Caitlin Clark got on the cover of Time magazine. She wanted the entire WNBA on the Time magazine cover.
You'd need a bigger cover, number one. And number two, I can't name another WNBA player.
No.
Can you? Can anybody? I mean, I'm sure somebody can, but Caitlin Clark has done more for the WNBA than any other player in 1 year.
Yep.
Caitlin Clark has done more for the WNBA than any WNBA player that is currently or past in the league, with the exception of probably that one that went to the Russian prison.
Brittany Griner.
Brittany Griner.
Yeah. She brought some attention.
Yeah, she sure did.
She brought some attention. WNBA Washington Mystics co-owner Sheila Johnson has issue with Time magazine naming Caitlin Clark Athlete of the Year, asking why the whole women's basketball league wasn't given similar treatment.
That is so dumb.
That is dumb.
You know.
Well, I can tell you why. Because Caitlin's publicists managed to wrangle the ability to have her appear on Time magazine. Time magazine said, we'll do that as long as she says things like, I apologize for my whiteness or whatever it was that she said.
Yep. She's got white privilege, which is just, you have to fire your whole management team at that point, because that has got to be the dumbest business decision in the history of business decisions.
Yes. Better to just keep it quiet.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
Because that's basically what she said. Let me see if I can find the actual quote, because it made me literally throw up in my mouth.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, didn't she say she had to lift other black players up? And that's not very good.
No, because you know
quote.
why? You know why? Because the black players have been treating her like crap.
Yeah, they have.
So why would you acquiesce? Why would you bend the knee to their stupid wokeness when they've been treating you like crap for the last year? The hits that she's been taking, the nasty fouls that she's been taking, the really nasty things that these other players have been saying to her.
And does she think it's going to get any better now that she's, throwing them off?
No, it's
the worst thing you can do is apologize.
Yes.
Like, what she should have said is, "This league is mine now."
Yeah.
Exactly.
I want the name changed to the Caitlin Clark League.
I think she already is close to or leads the league in assists of all time. Like, she has the all-time assist record.
Yeah, because that means that she's spreading the love around. She's throwing the rock around to other players so that they can get their buckets.
Yeah.
You like that?
I do. I like that. Those. And then the NBA, their ratings have tanked by 48%. Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me.
Sad.
You know what?
There wouldn't be a WNBA if the NBA didn't subsidize it.
Yep.
So let's
That's very
not play
true.
the game of, this is such an incredible feat and everybody's interested. Really, nobody is.
And they're still losing money, even with
Yes.
Caitlin Clark.
Yes.
So the Indiana Fever? Is that what the name is?
Exactly.
Is that what the name is?
That's
I don't
part of
even
the
know.
problem.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. We know Caitlin Clark. We don't even know the team.
That's exactly right. Now, what does Caitlin, when the WNBA finally folds, what does Caitlin Clark do?
Olympics, I think you'd
Start saying, you know what? If I tell Caitlin Clark, save your money.
Wait,
Yeah.
she didn't make the Olympics the last time, right?
Yeah, they
No, she
didn't let her
didn't.
on
So,
because
Another.
because she didn't check her privilege at the door.
yes.
See, I wonder if Tiger Woods went through this with the PGA.
I don't know. But Tiger is he's got a killer instinct. He doesn't care.
No, he
he's just
doesn't.
going to go out and win.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, in the PGA at the time the Tiger came out wasn't filled with the absurdity of the current woke environment.
That's true.
Very true.
Yeah.
No, that point in history was hilarious because it was like one of the best basketball players was Chinese, the best golfer was black, the
Yes.
best rapper was
Yeah.
white. It was really it was upside down world at the time.
Can you imagine Tiger Woods apologizing for his blackness
Yes.
because PGA is mostly white?
And having to hold the white players up.
Yeah. It was built on the back of the white players. I only play because of them. I mean, honestly.
But that's what Caitlin Clark did. I can't find the damn quote.
Exactly what she did.
She screwed herself.
She did. Well, you cannot. There is no way to compromise with the left.
No,
you can't.
If you try to reach over with your arm, you'll pull back enough.
Well, and then you alienate everybody that was supporting you on the right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So now you went from some support to no support.
Yeah, I'm far less inclined to, stick up for her because I have if she's going to play their game.
I'm with you.
Yeah, because I'm not going to say she's destroyed her career, but she certainly has not helped in her marketing.
No.
I mean, that's for sure.
No.
Because not that I was going to buy a Caitlin Clark jersey anyway, but still.
Oh, but there are girls out there that would have bought Caitlin Clark, Jordan shoe, Nike shoes. They would have done all that, and now parents are like, nah.
Hey, what about all those little girls who looked up to her and aspired to be her because she's so terrific? And she's saying, yeah, well, I apologize for my whiteness. Now these little girls don't have a hero to look up to.
Yeah. I mean, when you go down that road,
white guilt.
White guilt and this nonsense stupidity of white privilege is just absolute stupidity. And for her to, again, bend the knee to the wokeness of the WNBA, okay, well, then you're on your own. You chose that side.
Yep.
Even though you know that side has been treating you the way that they've been treating you for a year. It just doesn't make any sense.
None.
Hey, what are beef tallow fries?
Oh, beef tallow. That's what they used to fry all of the fries in. It's beef fat.
Beef fat.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like beef fat.
Yeah.
In-N-Out has tweeted out that people are saying that they want In-N-Out to change to beef tallow fries.
Yeah, so and Elon quote tweeted it, but it wasn't the actual In-N-Out. It was a fake In-N-Out account.
It had a blue check mark.
That doesn't mean anything anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it had the underscore after In-N-Out. So Elon even said, I know you're the fake In-N-Out account, but I hope that the real In-N-Out takes note. And he said, I do work at In-N-Out, and people are taking note.
No, In-N-Out should not change their fries.
Why?
Why?
We got to
It's
get
so
rid
much
of those
healthier.
seed oils, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, you two are used to Five Guys out there on the East Coast. Leave my In-N-Out alone.
But
Johnny, you're with me.
I would argue that Google
Sorry,
Google when they changed from beef tallow to seed oils.
Yeah.
Because I bet you growing up, it was beef tallow fries. Because growing up, McDonald's had beef tallow fries. And I remember this because I had a buddy whose mom was very cute and a vegetarian. So I always paid attention when she talked. And she said she was a vegetarian. She was very excited one day because McDonald's switched from beef tallow to whatever oil they use now. And
1990.
She's like, finally, I can switch. I can have McDonald's fries.
I bet you paid more attention when she was excited.
Yeah.
There's so much to explore in that comment, Chris. I just don't even know where to go.
I want to make sure that, though, we So you didn't listen to the ugly girls then?
I don't know what they ate.
And you didn't care.
But I knew Tony Gagliardi was excited about those McDonald's fries. I do. And I remembered it.
I bet.
So she asked me how the water was.
So when did In-N-Out change their fries?
1990.
Okay, so the majority of your childhood, you were having beef tallow fries at In-N-Out, and you're mad at me because we want to change it back.
All I'm saying is that whatever In-N-Out does with their fries is really good. And so I don't want to change, and I certainly don't want them to change because of peer pressure. Look what happened to Caitlin Clark.
This is true. Sometimes peer pressure is good.
Is that how you started smoking when you were a kid, peer pressure?
Peer pressure has shades of gray.
Does it now?
It does.
Is that what you're going to tell your kids?
It does. I will.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Peer pressure. All right, good.
If your group of friends are telling you you're being an idiot and don't do that, there might be some truth to it.
Joe says that Chris Hand, you're funnier than Dan.
Well,
thanks, Joe.
Wow.
Wait, was that? No, I think that was to Joan.
I said that. See,
is Joan texting
that's Joan
in?
Jones.
Joe said they looked up to her because she's tall, talking about Caitlin, because I said there's nobody to, for these little girls to look up to, right?
Oh.
So he said they looked up to her because she's tall. And I said, hey, you're funnier than Dan.
Of course that came from Joan.
The best part is that you didn't read it correctly.
I watched a thing. It was a video that talking about the WNBA stuff. And they were like, "Who wouldn't want to watch this?" And it was like a 2-minute highlight of just teams going back and forth, missing shots.
That's funny. All right,
That was so true.
All right, Chris, what's coming up? Now, you going to get your kids drones for Christmas?
I was looking at drones myself. I was like, I'm interested in these things now.
Yeah, now they're.
We're going to talk about drones.
It's going to be funny if this turns out to be like an ad campaign for a drone company.
Wouldn't that be solid?
Wow.
It'd be pretty funny, actually.
I think we'd all be mad.
I like the meme of the drones delivering McDonald's to Chris Christie.
Yes.
Oh, Trump
put
posted
it up, yeah.
What a savage. Did you see that?
Yes.
I saw one where a drone comes up and he takes a sleeping Joe Biden on the beach and just takes it away.
That's great.
I saw one where it was all the times Joe Biden has fallen, but it's now a drone hitting him every time he
Not a
goes
Donald
down.
Trump golf ball.
No, not
That's
this time.
funny.
But we'll talk about the drones.
Right.
Are they sniffing out nukes? Are we having government overreach? They want anti-drone regulation.
Yeah, I didn't even get to that, but this might be an opportunity for them. You've got to be careful of that.
But 99% of the public doesn't even care about drones. You could sneak anti-drone regulation into a bill about farms, and nobody would notice.
Well, and okay, so how do we know the government isn't? This is where I turn into Chris Hand. How do you know? How do you know the government isn't doing this on purpose so that they can come up with onerous anti-drone regulation where then they start taking away some of our civil liberties?
The Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution, right?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. All right, whatever. Joe Jones, what's coming up?
Well, President Trump has just scored a big investment in the U.S. economy, and it's just breaking this morning. Also, those drones, they're not just for the East Coast. They're reportedly right here in the mid-state. We've got those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.